after you, there will be someone, but Gretchen and Tara, go for it.
We are good. So let's. Let's get started. Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome to everybody who is here. I was assured that the other half of the personnel is in doing their shift right now. So we are especially thankful to them, and this is a greeting that goes out from our heart. So the topic of the work session today is public safety, and I learned something. Politicians think that when residents, constituents ask us, what is your highest priority? And I learned that there is only one right answer. Public safety is the number one, always. So we will start with the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Quiroz, welcome. And your deputies, all of you, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
I allotted about 15 minutes or so or a little bit more for the presentation, then we'll have some Q&A.
Okay. I may go over 15 minutes, but.
That's fine. I'm just saying that 15 minutes for a presentation, about 20 to 25 minutes for questions and answers.
Sure. Is the mic on? Everyone
Yes,
can hear
it
me?
is.
Okay. It looks like it's on. Oh, yeah, red here. I was looking for red. Well, good afternoon, board members, county manager. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the staff that are here. They're very interested in today's meeting, and I appreciate you all for being here. I assure you, as you said earlier, that we're still on normal operations. Things are going on in the facility. These are folks that are on their break, that are off, that have the time to be here. I'd also like to acknowledge my Chief Deputy, Tara Johnson, and my Director of Administration, Gretchen Foster, Major Gretchen Foster. So today, if I can get the slides to present. We can move to the next slide. So this slide talks about our mission statement, and our 5 leadership values. Extremely important to the operation of the Office of Sheriff. These were values that we came up with as a team, and so they're not values that I just selected from the dictionary. These mean something to the office. We have them all around the hallways, in the office space, anywhere where there's a deputy sheriff's staff member or a sheriff's office staff member. Next slide. This slide talks about my 3 key initiatives as sheriff. The first one being to run a safe and progressive jail focused on rehabilitation. The second one being community engagement, and the third being supporting staff, wellness, and development. On the side there, you see our 3 divisions, the Corrections Division being the largest, next the Judicial Services Division, and then the Administrative Division. And before we move on to the next slide, I want to read something that resonates with my first initiative of a safe and progressive jail. And this is a letter that we received from someone that was released from the Arlington County Detention Facility. And it says, "Hello, Ms. Watkin," and I have this person's permission to share this information. "Hello, Ms. Watkin. Freedom checking in here. Life is full and better than ever. I just celebrated 8 months clean and sober last week. I also have a new exciting job opportunity, hopefully coming to fruition in Arlington. Will be a big-time 9-to-5 job with salary and benefits. I have an interview scheduled for Tuesday at 2 p.m., and I'm hoping to get the job. Of course, I am still at my current job in the meantime, and I won't leave until my first week at the new job, assuming the role as a business development associate. I'm still fired up about recovery and hitting my meetings daily. Probation is going great. I have finished the probation class with my probation officer. Now I just report monthly and, of course, for color code. I'm continuing my meetings regularly with my therapist, and the work I'm doing in therapy is extremely helpful. I still think of you and the Community Readiness Unit in the detention facility and all the men who are actively trying to better themselves while in an unfortunate circumstance. I am also so grateful for the experience I had with you and the CRU program. My brother has set a wedding date for this coming fall, and I am so grateful I will be able to show up and support him as a sober man of integrity. Thank you again for helping me see the light at the end of the tunnel, inspiring me to be the best man that I can be. I feel strong today, and I know I can only keep this strength through giving it away. I continue to help others in AA and the world around me. Being of service gives me tremendous joy. The last Tuesday this month, I will find myself in Herndon speaking to 50 recovering alcoholics and addicts about my experience, strength, and hope. I was asked to go speak and tell my story. I also continue to bring AA meetings every Sunday to Phoenix House in Arlington. I hope at some point in the future, when all the legal stuff is finally settled, I can come back and bring an AA meeting into the detention facility to the men of the CRU as a volunteer. I would really like to give back my time to the program that charted the course and that charted my course in a positive direction. Best wishes to you and your family. Please tell everyone I said hello. Also tell the men to listen to you. They just might learn something. Kindly, Freedom. We can move on to the next slide. So this slide highlights some of our accomplishments of FY25. We've continued working with the correctional health expert, Dr. Herr, since July of 2024, who's assisting us with our medical oversight, and will also continue to support and work with Falcon as we transition from contracted medical to a county-run model. We've also continued the use of Sublocade, the injectable Suboxone, in our medication-assisted treatment program, which has been extremely successful in the facility with the inmate population. We're continuing our upgrades of Wi-Fi in the detention facility to allow for more access points for the biometric program, the biometric sensor program. Security improvements. We continue the use of our contracted security allied services in the courthouse entrance, and this is going extremely well. I know you'll hear later on from the judicial chief judge, and you may hear more about that. We're adding more security food slots and security boxes due to the increase of staff being assaulted with liquids, bodily liquids, throwing of items at staff. These additional items will be added throughout the facility wherever we've identified where we have the need for these items. And all of these security boxes are being paid for using SCAP money. The next topic is staff training and wellness. So we've continued the use of the public safety wellness team. They've been amazing. I can't thank them enough, Ms. Leslie and Ms. Donna. So far this FY25, we've had 22 referrals from staff that have gone to the public safety wellness for assistance. So that's a 19% total usage of the public safety wellness team on our end. We completed our first mentorship program, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. And so we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. And so the police department had a very successful mentorship program, and we used some of their modeling, and we added some things that were specific to the Office of Sheriff. And the program was very successful. We had 10 brand new newer staff, partnered with 10 tenured staff, and it was extremely successful. They graduated at the Lift Me Up Equestrian Wellness Farm here in Virginia, and it was very successful. I've added 2 additional canines to our sheriff's office team. These canines are assigned to deputies that have other duties. So the canine duties is in addition to their specific assignment. One of the additional canines, Hope, she's a wellness puppy. She is assigned to one of the corporals that's assigned to civil process, and then Canine Weaver is assigned to one of our court security deputies. Canine Weaver is a explosives detection canine. These additional, you may say, you're adding more mouths to feed, even though it's kibble, but this adds more opportunity and it supports the morale of the staff. It's hard work that they're doing over there, and these opportunities are few and far in between, and so I was I wanted to acknowledge them and give them some additional opportunities. We've also installed a successful micro market. I know the photo, you may have it on your laptops. It's hard to see, but it's that middle photo. When I became sheriff, one of the things I definitely wanted to get rid of were these dated vending machines that really didn't provide any healthy options. Some of those things had been in there God knows how long. And so we partnered with our vendor, Aramark, and we installed a micro market both on the 11th floor of the facility where staff have a break area, our break room, and also on the first floor. It provides staff with healthy options. We've already covered the cost of the installation. Bless you. We've covered the cost of installation, so now we're working with Aramark to lower the prices. I'm not in this to price gouge the staff. These folks, especially in the detention facility, they work 12-and-a-half-hour shifts. It's extremely hard to get out on a lunch break and get into one of these lines where the entire Arlington community is waiting for a sandwich or a snack, especially on night shift. I provide the night shift staff with a $40 stipend since they don't receive lunch just like the day folks do, so they get a $40 stipend a month. There's no addition to the contract pricing for this, and this was going back to the night shift receiving the stipend. This is something the staff voted on versus having a hot meal prepared. They prefer just having the opportunity to purchase whatever they wanted from the micro market. I invite you to come over and check it out if you ever have time. Community engagement is extremely successful, and I'm going to talk more about that in a few slides, but just to give an overview, we just completed our first girls self-defense class at WNL, extremely successful. Not only were these young ladies given some information that will protect them in the future, some awareness. When I went to the graduation, it was a very humble graduation that we had in the, I think in the planetarium building or the one next to it. But you saw the connection between these young folks and our public safety folks. And that's how you recruit. That's how you build retention and opportunity and interest. And I'm not saying that every single young lady there, I believe there were 32. They are going to be law enforcement personnel, but you could see those relationships being built. They were asking as young folk, hey, can I take a picture with you? And I think that's the ultimate compliment when they want to take a selfie with you. So it was very successful. They were taught self-awareness, some self-defense techniques, and I'm very happy. This was before this was printed. We just recently completed a women's self-defense at Macedonia Baptist Church for 30 of the worshipers there. Extremely successful. And lastly, we've wrapped a vehicle, and not wrap with a W. We've wrapped it with some of our sheriff's office, our values, and we use this vehicle in the community for engagement tool and to build community. Next slide. Okay, this slide here, this slide emphasizes and it's a lot of numbers, a lot of colors, and some photos, but I can't tell you, this slide cannot even begin to speak to the work that the staff does with a continually difficult job that they do over in the detention facility. The first item on the top there, assaults on staff. So you can see from, I believe we bolded it, so the FY25 should emphasize that that number is only through February of this year, so it's not till the end of the fiscal year. But in this fiscal year so far, we've had 46 assaults on staff. And you're going to say, Sheriff, what does that mean? So we're talking about staff being bitten, punched, kicked, bodily liquids thrown at staff, staff being to include spit. Recently, I had a staff member have reconstructive shoulder surgery due to an incident that he received an injury. Another staff member had a broken finger. This was within the last month. So the inmate population continues to be harder and harder to manage due to mental health concerns, folks coming in under the influence of substances, and unpredictable behavior into the facility. We are charging inmates when deemed appropriate for assaulting our staff. And the numbers, you see FY23, we had 28, and then 24, there were 66. So there's a 135% increase from FY23 to 24. And like I said, FY25, that 46 number is only through February. Withdrawal protocols, this number has gone up for two reasons. We're doing implemented the urine drug screen, so identifying folks going through withdrawals, which is extremely important, identifying the issue before it becomes a bigger issue to a day, 2, 3 days later. We want to know right away if this person is going to need support, what can we do to help them through the withdrawal process. And then our daily population has increased. And so those numbers have, obviously you can see from FY23, we were at 530. Last FY, we were at 1348, and just through February, we're at 860. So that's 154% increase in withdrawals. Now, what I'm explaining to you when I say withdrawals, and you may be familiar with what that looks like when you're going through the withdrawal process, but it adds another layer to the work that the staff have to do in the facility. Layers. Our mental health population, so we've had 77 ECOs, TDOs just through February of this year, and that's 1,513 hours of staff at the hospital sitting with folks, often in the hallways because there's no bed space, and often with more than 1 or 2 or 3 staff members. When ECOs and TDOs and hospital transports occur, staff are pulled from shift, and so that brings the jail numbers down, oftentimes affecting jail operations and implementing lockdown. And some of these transports, once we do find bed space, they're hours and hours away, one way. And so this staff member could be gone for hours and hours when they're transporting someone down to the mental health facility. The average daily population category here, we're above the 380 inmates at a time. Actually, we've been at like 360 consistently for a while, for about a month or two, 360. 40% of our ADP is individuals that have mental health concerns. Now, before I move on to the next slide, I want to give you an example of, I talked about mental health and the challenges that we're facing. I want to give you an example, and this person will go by Inmate Doe. That's the name of the situation I want to talk about. Inmate Doe was extradited and arrived at the jail, the ACDF, in September of 2024. On 3 occasions, within 2 days, this individual inserted objects into his urethra and was transported to the Virginia Hospital Center to undergo surgery to remove the object. After surgery, the individual, the inmate, received a 169.6 and was transported to Western State. But he was immediately sent back from Western State because he had just undergone the surgery and he still had anesthesia in his system. So Western State would not take the individual. The following day, when the anesthesia the symptoms had gone down, the individual was transported yet again to Western State. 3 days later, the individual returned to the jail and was taken to VHC for the 4th time for inserting another foreign object into his urethra, and then returned to the ACDF. This person's self-harming behavior added a significant risk to the safety and to that person's safety and to the orderly operations of the jail. These are some of the measures that we had to take to mitigate the self-harm behavior that this person was going through. We had to implement constant 24/7 observation. So that meant a deputy sheriff had to stand or sit on a chair looking through the window of the cell 24/7. So that was removing a staff member from an assignment to add that assignment. We had to implement a diet modification to prevent further insertion of foreign objects into this person's urethra. We had to implement shower modifications, only issuing liquid soap because the person was putting pieces of soap in their urethra. We had to implement a daily multidisciplinary team to discuss management options. Now we're taking all these individuals, majors, captains, mental health, doctors, all these folks that have their set day, and now we have to start another meeting for one person. We implemented medication-assisted treatment. After months of intervention planning and action planning, Sheriff's Office staff and DHS mental health team were able to restore this inmate to where they were eventually housed in general population and eventually accepted into a program for substance abuse and mental health needs. So it's a success story. But this happened from September of '24 until February of 2025. Every single day, the staff had to prevent harm that this person would make the situation worse on themselves. Next slide, please. This slide acknowledges the work that our dedicated staff does in the judicial services section. We have the first numbers there, our eviction numbers. Evictions have seen an increase. When we conduct these evictions, they're not just the evictions that I remember when I started in 2001. These evictions now we partner with, and we're very lucky to partner with DHS, the Department of Aging, and the MOST vehicle. On 3 occasions during this fiscal year, the civil process staff deputies have found unresponsive individuals and needed to provide life-saving measures to folks. One instance, they used Narcan. In another instance, they had to call 911 to transport the person to the hospital. Evictions also now require multiple deputies to be assigned to one eviction because of the mental health concerns of the individuals that they're interacting with. For individuals transported, this number only reflects the scheduled transports that the transportation section does for medical appointments of inmates, transports to the Department of Corrections, and transports to Western State Mental Hospital. So this number doesn't account for ECOs, TDOs, and jail hospital transports. So that's in addition to. Court cases, we've seen court cases trending up slightly. The number of individuals that entered so far, it'll be projected in FY25 will be 251,046. So it'll be a slight increase. Court cases, and this is where I'd like to mention the contracted security company that we were granted. It has been extremely successful, I think. I mean, I was hesitant at first, but we had to do that because we didn't have enough staff to staff the courtroom. So I'm trying my best to keep everybody in that building safe. Civil process arrest, you see that number 72. What you may ask, what does that mean? So these are some examples of arrests that the civil process deputies have done, are arrests during any eviction that they have to conduct. My staff assists the police department in the Clarendon detail, so they may be arrests there. Our PB-15s, probation violations, those are arrests. If there's a radio call by ECC or PD about a wanted person, they'll assist with that. Often staff are at lunch or just in the community conducting their civil process, and they'll notice someone who's wanted, they assist with that. The middle one speaks to those before me. The staff provides security for your county board meetings, and this is in addition to overtime that they work, that the mandatory overtime that they have to do in the detention facility. Assisting the police department in details, we assist with Marine Corps Marathon, Army 10 Miler, Police Week, 4th of July, the tax detail, Clarendon detail, back to school. And I'll say, I'm not putting these things out to say, look at us and all that. The staff enjoy that, but these are things that we are providing to the community, in addition to the mandatory overtime that they work. Next slide, please. Slide 7, titled Recruiting and Retention. The note I have for myself and what I'd like it to resonate with you, the county board members, is that when we invest in this people and the staff, that supports our retention efforts. And while our turnover rate is currently lower than in previous years, I anticipate that number will rise in FY25. During my first couple of years as sheriff, I've created many opportunities for staff within the office, and we continue building on our leadership values of teamwork, respect, integrity, commitment, and diversity. But investing in our staff is what will keep them here. An annual increase of only 3.5% for uniformed deputy sheriffs is unacceptable. The other uniformed public safety are receiving 9% and 11%. This is not going to help me retain staff or keep morale. It undoes everything that we're doing. This will potentially increase turnover. Just recently, we've had 4 deputy sheriffs resign to go work for two of them went to a local police department and 2 went federal police. And we have several other individuals that are in the process of being looked at by other law enforcement agencies. If you will allow me, I want to read a letter. I did a town hall yesterday in anticipation of this county board work session, budget work session, and I received this email from my staff, and I think you should hear it. In 2020, the starting pay for deputies, in 2020, the starting pay for deputies was $25.72 an hour. And the current starting pay is $30.66 an hour. That's an increase of $4.94, or 19%. Again, this is the starting pay that the county increased because of inflation and competitiveness of other agencies. If you look at the government's table of annual inflation starting in 2020 to the end of 24, it has gone up 20.9%. That's almost a 2% difference. You are actually paying us less than before 2020, and this is in bold letters. The merit increases have just kept up with inflation. Yes, cost of living has gone up a lot, but that's not our fault. We live in a wealthy county. The job we do requires a certain type of person that is willing to do it, and someone that has a great background and is honest. If it was easy, everyone would want to do this job. Our job is not easy. Staff get assaulted here by people throwing chairs, punching us, throwing bodily liquids, spitting on us. Staff are cursed out. Staff are threatened by people that say they want to kill us or harm our families. Many people staff interact with have mental health and behavioral issues, and this makes them challenging to manage. Staff deal with hazardous conditions. People housed here have infectious diseases and come to the jail, and the deputies have to pat them down. Inmates often don't want to cooperate with us, and it's not uncommon in our job to save a life or break up a fight or hear someone banging and yelling for an extended period of time. And we work in an environment where someone has smeared blood, feces, urine in the area we work. This is not normal or tolerated compared to any other job. This takes a huge emotional toll on staff. We are first responders, and we don't have the luxury that many other jobs have as far as not showing up when we're called upon or not dealing with situations. Deputy sheriffs must manage an inmate when they are upset. We have to help calm them down. We are the people that have to help the inmates, to include getting them better so they can be out in the community and be happy. As we know, people don't just magically change because they're in jail. It's up to the staff to create an environment where people want to change and change for the better. In addition, we must maintain our certifications and trainings so we can stay in our positions as deputy sheriffs. How are we the staff not valuable enough to the county to be middle-class citizens or even be considered for a higher salary increase than general employees or be on par with other public safety agencies? Slide 8. Slide 8 talks about our current vacancies. Our current vacancy rate is 16.67%. The functioning vacancies include any staff who are pre-academy, they're not yet certified, anyone who's on light duty, FMLA, military leave. And so all that together between the vacant and the functional is 57 vacancies, sworn positions. I want to highlight the lockdown numbers. If you see in the middle there, it's gray, should be gray. These lockdowns are complete lockdown, so there's no programming and minimal time out of cell. And as you can see in FY22, we had 711 days of phase 2 lockdowns. And you might say, Jose, there's only 365 days. We do the 2 shifts per day. And so 365 times 2, that's the total. But on FY22, we had 711, and you can see the numbers are getting better. In FY25, projected to be 146. I'd like that number to be as low as possible. But losing people, how are we supposed to do that? And I know that's a question that I get as long as I've been sheriff when I sit here about lockdowns. We get no joy of locking anybody down, but we have to maintain not just the safety of the staff, but of the folks that are incarcerated. We've rehired staff and adjusting our numbers. We created a swing shift. I'm very proud to say we hired 2 staff that retired after 27 years of service, and they've come back. And it's extremely helpful, the experience they bring. I know they bring a lot of experience, life skills, and mentorship to the staff. The other thing I'd like to bring your attention to is the bottom box of overtime. And this doesn't include the scheduled overtime that the staff works because of their 12.5-hour shifts or the Clarendon detail. This is just overtime hours worked in the facility. So staff is working hard and putting extra time to ensure that the sheriff's office is successful. But we can't continue this. We've been doing this mandatory overtime for over 4 years. It's not going to. It's burning out human beings, people. People get tired. They're not robots. If we may, slide 9. I wanted to highlight again, the office wouldn't function without the foundation, which is the people. And I want you to know who's working. And I looked at other presentations of my public safety partners, and they talk about years of service, and that's all important. But I want to talk about who's serving the community here in Arlington. And this is the breakdown. This is who's in your Arlington County Sheriff's Office. You can see the numbers. So we're a diverse team. And I say that not only as the first Latino sheriff in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but I say you can see the folks that we're bringing people in, and I appreciate that. I don't want us all to think the same and look the same and act the same. That's where we get our strength, from being different. And so you could see not only in race and ethnicity, but even in sex. And I'm proud to have hired our first non-binary employee last year. I want to highlight a couple of things in addition. We continue our work with challenging racism. One of the things that we recognize in our work with challenging racism is the promotional process and being more transparent with that, so people don't think, whoa, well, it's the sheriff's friend or this person. We're asking now the first line supervisors, we have a promotion for sergeant, lieutenant, what do you think? And that goes a long way. Staff feel valued when they have a voice. We haven't increased any commissary prices or video visitation prices that affect families of those that are incarcerated. And we're working with our first restorative justice case in the detention facility for an incident we had in the detention facility that was referred to Restorative Arlington. Pay equity. Pay equity has to be noted here and is important. Staff need to be compensated fairly for the job they do. It's extremely frustrating since February 22nd. You can imagine all I hear about is why are we getting 3.5%? What did we do wrong? Why do we not matter? What makes us different? Why don't there's no value to us? When we have General Sheriff's Office uniformed employees getting 3.5% in the same manner that general employees are getting, that's very complicated to explain. I would like someone to explain that to me. Those folks can telework. Those folks have, and I'm not minimizing what other folks do in the county. I live in this county and I appreciate every single thing everybody does. But I have to speak up for my people. I don't exist without my people. How are we supposed to run an operation that's safe for the community, safe for the people that are incarcerated, if I don't have staff? This comes up too. It comes up when I see it, when I'm in the community. What's the difference between the police and the sheriff? That has to be like Family Feud #1 box of question when I'm in the community. I don't want to compare myself to my public safety partners. We have a different, unique job, but it's just as important. Slide 10, please. Slide 10 is pretty self-explanatory, but I want to just say this. I appreciate the funding for the corporal position, but it doesn't address compression. The reason we brought up the corporal position last year is because our corporal process was non-competitive. So we always received the 5% increase for folks that went up to corporal rank. The police department had a competitive process, so they received 10. When we were notified that they no longer had a competitive process and they still received 10, we asked, again, for equity. We don't do a non-competitive. That's why we didn't get 5%. We'd like 10. That's when we started this discussion in March of 2024. The request is much appreciated that you're addressing the corporal pay, but it doesn't address compression. I have 70 staff members that are in the corporal rank out of 200 deputies. And so that you can do the math that the 70, it only addresses 70 people. The increased funding for body-worn camera, that you might have questions about body-worn camera, allows for additional cameras and licenses, so staff assigned to housing units in the detention facility can wear the body-worn cameras. We have stationary cameras throughout the facility. However, none of these cameras capture sound, and there's no direct view into the cells whenever we have an emergency situation. This also would allow for full autonomy over our video data. Currently, we have our permissions and everything. When we want to extract video footage, we have to go through the police department's process. We don't have our own cloud storage. And then lastly, the continued funding for Sublocade for the medication-assisted treatment program. Next slide, slide 11. Slide 11, it goes over pretty much what I just said, so I'm not gonna go into that. This is my last slide, slide 12. So these are the key areas of focus. I think that I, as the leader of the office and as the county board, I need to make you aware of. Again, the recruitment and retention of our staff. We cannot perform the function that you expect, that the community expects, without the people. So continuing to invest in the people, that would talk about, it references the pay compression. The corporal adjustment is much appreciated, but it doesn't directly address compression. Let me see here. I've already talked about the annual increase of 3.5, but what I want to say is this, and it goes to the first box, and I'm almost done. I know you have questions, and I won't be long, but we can't just worry about the office or invest and pour in when there's an emergency or there's crisis. Let's be proactive instead of reactive. I, as the leader, as the sheriff, massive responsibility, but I love what I do. And I care about my people, I care about my community, and I care about the folks that are incarcerated. And I'm asking for your help. Don't put me in a position where I have to lock down the jail. Don't put me in a position where I don't have staff for the courthouse. Don't put me in a position where I can't assist our partners that are in the community that have the same responsibilities that we can support. My deputies assisted, and I'm not trying to take all the praise and what happened with the bank robbery. That is the police department's jurisdiction. That is their job. But my staff supported that. They helped, and they want to help. They want to be a part of this community and be heroes and help the community. But it's really hard to say you're doing a great job, but you get a little bit of this, and these folks get a lot of bit of that. It's not fair. I also don't want to forget our civilian staff. They haven't received, they don't get the bonuses that our uniformed staff get, and a lot of these folks that work in our spaces in the sheriff's office, they're also essential personnel. Our booking clerks, property clerks, they may not wear a uniform, but we can't function without them. They report when it snows. They report they're on night shift. They report no matter what when they're assigned, so I don't want to leave them out. The next bullet, medical transition. We've had Dr. Herr on site since July of last year. He comes in one time a month. he comes in person one time a month. He's in the West Coast, so he'll come in once a month for a few days to do on-site here at the facility, and he meets with the chief deputy every week to go over different topics that they may have. Some of the things they go over that Dr. Hurd does is he reviews the chronic care intakes, hospital transports. He meets twice a month with the Director of Corrections and the multidisciplinary team that's on site in the jail to discuss the most vulnerable population, the folks that are suffering, that are going through the most amount of issues in the jail. He has daily communication with our quality assurance manager, who is also a nurse. We've seen a tremendous improvement with Dr. Hurd's support these last almost a year now. We're working with Falcon, who will assist us in the transition from contracted medical to the county-run model. Dr. Hurd's consultation position, once Falcon comes on board, he works for Falcon, so that'll be absorbed with the Falcon contract, with the process, the plan, transition plan. Sublocade stats. We've had 86 injections purchased since May of 2024. This is the injectable Suboxone. We've had 26 individuals placed on medication-assisted treatment. Each injection of this Sublocade is almost $2,300. So that ongoing support is appreciated. Future considerations, the front lobby of the jail needs a lot of TLC. I don't think it's been updated since the jail was built in 1994. There's increased security. We've had in the last several months a lot of folks coming in with mental health, threatening staff, being aggressive. We had one person stalking one of our staff members, literally stalking one of our staff members. So the setup in the jail needs to be, the front lobby of the jail needs renovation, will need renovation very soon. The medical unit, with our transition, will need some updated for better functionality and safety of those that are housed in medical. We're also asking for positions. Who doesn't ask for more positions? Because that's what we do. But I need a recruitment recruitment sergeant, somebody that can do a recruitment and community engagement. Very lucky to have folks that take on multiple assignments, even if they don't get paid extra. You have people that want to see this place succeed, and I'm asking for your support to make sure that we succeed. I'm currently adding one more person to the pretrial section, so we're in the process of hiring one more person. So pretrial will have 5 case managers in pretrial. They've never had 5, so this will be something, I'm hoping it'll be a relief for them. I know that's something that was, I believe, in the CCJB was discussed, so we're hiring a 5th pretrial officer to assist in that. And that is it.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for your candor and the passionate presentation.
Sorry.
I would preface that by noting that the decisions that we make here are based on on the holistic approach to budget. It's not; they don't reflect. The numbers don't reflect the kind of a value judgment on things. It's how we have to balance a financial instrument, but we try to do altogether the best job we can do with that. That said, this was a long presentation, worthy for a work session by its own right. 45 minutes of a presentation is a long presentation. Being mindful of the time, colleagues, I would like to open that to one round of questions, and then we will need to move on because we have a total of 6 agencies today, not only one. Mr. DeFerrante, I see your light.
Thank you. I just, more of a comment. First, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for what everyone does. There's no morning at 6:30 that my daughter can't sleep and I can't come over if you like. I am mindful, you have shared with me, Sheriff, of the spitting and the assaults, and so it is on my mind quite often. You've also shared, I think that, and we can further work with DMF, this is perhaps the hardest piece of our budget this year for me. I think everybody knows that there's one-time funding and there's ongoing funding. And so last year, when we did one-time funding, you shared with me, thanks, and I sure wish it was ongoing funding. We're in a difficult situation, as everybody knows. There's thousands and thousands of federal employees who are at risk. There's also 24,000 or so folks who live under 60,000 for their income. So we have many, many needs. But you've raised needs that, there's a lot more to do on compression. And I appreciate that you clarified that the corporal piece is not compression, but it is, that 700,000 is very important to me. And so I neither want to overpromise nor do I want to say that you haven't raised enough issues that I will want to dig in. I should be, think of the things that are on the table. There's hunger funding, there's our community, I'll just say it, library collections is something that everybody wants, but your comments have recast for me that priority vis-a-vis your people. And that is not to say that it's easy to raise multiple rates. That is a hard thing. And so I'm not in a place to promise that. I've been fairly transparent on the meals tax. The real estate tax is a difficult one. But I will say that your comments have been impactful, and I'll have to wrestle with them, and we will have to wrestle with them. There's no ongoing expense that I can think of that I'm more troubled by than the limit on what we have done to this point in this area. That is also not to say that I should just cavalierly promise that we will address most of the estimate of sort of 6 million in compression that I think is about what the overall piece of things is. And I appreciate that you both and all deputies have been considerate, in addition to, I know how burning this is for folks. So considerate that many other employees are only, DHS, there's some who are only getting 3.5% as well. And deputies have been regularly considerate of that while wanting, I do not believe I could do the job that you guys, you men and women do. And so humility and taking to heart what you've done without overpromising is the place that I'm going to seek to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friend. Ms. Coffey, I see your line.
A question that I don't know that you have thought through, but I see, the authorized FTE is for the sheriff's office is 269 right now. Per your slides, the last 3 years, the highest actual number of employees has been 255. Do you have thoughts about freezing additional positions if that could free up additional money for compensation of the people that you do have? Because that's about 14, even at the max of the last 3 years, that's about 14 FTEs that are authorized and budgeted for, but not currently filled. And so I don't, and DMF should contemplate jumping in here as well, but I'm just wondering if there's an ability to flex between having fewer unfrozen FTEs and compensating the people that we do have at a higher level. I don't know if you have thoughts about that.
What I'd like to say is that last year I changed the academy process, and it goes to your question. I'm not just being random here. I changed the academy process. So now I send my deputies to jail, court security, and civil process school. We were losing a lot of folks that would come in, get certified, graduate, and then put in their resignation. And so it was very hard for me to make that decision. But to what I want to say about that is I'm being proactive. And so we had 8 graduate in December that have those 3 certifications. And they went through a quicker FTO process. So instead of a 24-week academy, they went to a 10-week. What I want to say is I'm looking to hire as many folks as I can, because these folks don't want to work more overtime than they have to. Folks want to be with their families, wellness. It's a harder job than when I started in 2001. It's extremely difficult and different. And so I'm looking to continually hire, but I see your point of your question is if we haven't been towards that number in a certain amount of years, can we use that? I would say, yeah. What's that
I'm getting
three-letter
head
word?
shakes here, so
DMF.
I'm thinking that may be too creative.
No, we currently have 20 FTEs
That are frozen.
for deputies. Are you referring to the vacant civilian positions that we have?
I just see a difference between what's on the slide in terms of on the recruiting and retention slide, it says currently there are 240 employees, and in the budget book, we have 269.
The 240 is just our sworn.
Okay.
I see
And-
Mr. Stevenson
Yes.
popping up.
Any delta between deputies in place and the vacant positions that are funded is actually going to cover the overtime
The overtime.
that they're
Okay.
experiencing. So
So there's
you
no
can't scoop those
additional
savings
savings.
to
Okay.
add to pay, because then we have
And
no
we'll be paying
even
for
bigger
something
hole
else.
with-
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just trying to get creative to see if there's better ways to use the money
And
that
we're
we do
hiring,
have.
people are signing up. I have to be careful of who I
Right.
hire. And so instead of paying all that money in overtime, let's hire people, keep them here,
Mm-hmm.
keep them here, keep them here. But keeping them here means,
Right, of course. And yeah, just again, trying to get creative about whether we can
sure.
move things to meet the current need of our current people as well. I know you talked a little bit about the medical transition with Falcon. I'm wondering if you can say a little bit more about what the long-term plan is, because I don't know that we've fully talked through or been briefed on, what the
What that looks like.
objective and what the end goal is.
Sure. So the end goal is to transition from being under a contract, which, quite frankly, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to, if I'm going to be in, have the responsibility of when something happens, then I want to be involved in it. And so we just hired the doctor. He'll be a part of my command team. And so Dr. Malish, he's a cardiologist, 30-year veteran of the Army. He'll be joining us March 31st. And so he's step one. Step two is if we've asked the county, and I just want to say between Dr. Miller and Mr. Schwartz, they've been very helpful and supportive of this. This is the right thing to do. It's going to make a difference. Falcon has a proposal. I think we shared it. And it's an 18-month proposal in phases. And so we're not saying, goodbye, Medico, hello, Dr. Malish here, you have everything. It's a phased approach. And so it's very detailed. And I think the end result will be focused health. And Dr. Malish said to me when we had the interview, Sheriff, what besides the immediate, which is keeping people alive and safe, what else? And so we talked about sending folks back into the community with a plan. If you've never been on medication, you've never known about family history. What more can we do besides just keeping people? Obviously, we want to keep people safe in the facility, but there's more to, what do you do after you get out of the facility? And so that's the approach that we're taking.
Okay. I see Mr. Spain. I just want to be mindful of the time again, because we really have a long session in front of us.
You're trying to restrict my line of question. It's okay. I know we're on a time hack. First, thank you, Sheriff, for being here. And from one Marine to the other, it is a great moment here at Arlington where two Marines can sit across from each other, and knowing where you've come from and where you're at today. One, I want to congratulate you again on where you're at and achieving this significant role in our community, and to all the deputies here. Thank you for being here today. You could have been anywhere else, but I'm assuming, knowing the sheriff a little bit, he probably
Well, they care about what's going on.
Yeah,
today.
you talked
It
about
affects
that.
them.
Great. I will have some additional questions, I think,
sir.
for the record that I'll send. And I know you sent an email over earlier this week if there were any questions in advance, but for the purpose that we're here today, let me just ask a few questions here. I'm glad you talked about the lockdown piece, because I think to your point, right? If you don't have the personnel, you have to go into lockdown. And when you go into lockdown, even to some of these inmates, you would assume that there's a profound impact on their mental and emotional well-being. So I think we all need to understand the second and third order effects by having a lack of personnel
Exactly.
on staff and what happens. We're trying to help people, but then really, are we trying to help people if we don't have the staff? Because when people are locked down for 12 hours at a pop, I mean, that really messes with your psyche. So there's work to be done there. I am curious about the body-worn cameras. There was some funding put in last year. You're going to implement that. Have you started rolling that out already, the body-worn cameras?
Not in the facility, no.
Not in facilities. I know that was a fiscal year 25 line item, a pot of money, but you are working towards that.
Yes, sir.
Again, I will have some questions for the record, but I guess I'll leave here because this is going to be a line of question I have for all my public safety officials. I also want to congratulate you on your engagement in the community, right? Unlike perhaps you see in the past in many jurisdictions, you've been very proactive, you and your team, through public engagement. And I think to the point you talked about the event you had with the young ladies, the young girls, that's a positive, right? Can you tell us what is the composition of your public engagement team right now? And I'm just curious to know, how many do you have on staff?
I have one officially.
Who is that?
Corporal Stephanie Ferris.
Okay.
And this is something I did. I didn't have the personnel to assign someone to the, and I want to thank, and I've done this before, Chief Penn and his team. They were very gracious to allow me to assign one of my deputies to their community engagement division. And it's a team effort, but right now it's a one-woman team. And she's a force to reckon with. She is a veteran of the military as well, and she's bilingual. She is in the community, specifically in our Spanish-speaking community, and I mean, if they could carry her around, they would, and that speaks to that relationship building of the community. So right now, it's just one person, but I do want to acknowledge that we put out a call and folks sign up. You know, we're at Field of Heritage, we're at, you know, all these events in the community, and the staff enjoy that. It's good for us to get those feel-good moments from the community, because it comes with the work, and it is what it is, but we're in the detention facility or the courthouse for the most part. There's a handful of deputies that are driving around serving civil process, a couple deputies doing transports, but everyone else is in buildings where we don't really interact with the public.
Yeah.
And so getting that acknowledgement from the community is great.
Yeah, and as I close here, also last year, we put in the budget a physician assistant.
Yes.
Have you hired that physician assistant already?
So we upgraded that with a little bit more money, and that's how we hired Dr. Malish.
Okay.
So it's that position.
Is that position?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have a policy that governs transgender inmates?
We do.
You do have a policy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And additional questions, I'll
Sir.
email over to you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get you. You know, recruiting and retention is significant. And, you know, if you want to keep people, you got to pay the people. So I'm there with you, and thank you for putting that on the table.
Thank
and
you.
speaking for your deputies, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Cunningham.
So I just would like to follow up on the request for additional salary increases. As you look, again, we've got sort of a pie to divvy up here and can't make the pie bigger without some additional pain. Are there places that you would suspend some of the work for this year in order to invest in salaries? Are there, you know, is there any give anywhere else that we might push things off?
I will say this, and this is not in my notes, and I didn't talk to my team, but I'm going to say it. We have to invest in the foundation, which is the troops. The troops are the ones that come in, and all my team, they are valuable. But we've been there, done that. We've risen through the ranks. The folks that are coming in, the entry-level folks, the line staff, right? That's what we call them. The line staff is where the need is. I will say that. Not that everyone doesn't need to be appreciated and acknowledged for their time and their work, but the line staff, that's where, if not Jose and Tara and Gretchen, we're gonna be working in the housing units, which I don't mind, but then who's gonna oversee the operations? And so, I don't know if that gives you an idea. I'm not looking to, you know, if you're thinking we gotta invest the salaries and the compensation for the entire office, I would say that the line staff the need is there. They're the ones doing the work. of the immediate work of the.
Is the question where we could take money away from? I mean, if we look at what we're getting 725,000 for a corporal adjustment, 161K for body worn cameras, 231K for contract for allied, and then 265. We could say, sure, let's give up all three of those things. And I don't know that that's still going to get you the number that you would likely need to give an increase. I think the disparity at this point is the main issue. I think sheriff's office staff, in the scheme of things, we've historically always gotten less than other public safety, but I think this year what I've heard the most is that the disparity this year is so large.
Yeah.
And to be bulked with general employees, again, not anything taking away the work of others do, but to be bulked with general employees when we're not teleworking. We can't serve warrants from home. We can't work the housing units from home. Even command staff, we can do our jobs from home, but we don't telework very often. It's when they're like as a family need. But I think that disparity is so hard. But I could say if we could take any other area, I don't know that it's going to give you that number to pull from.
That's really helpful. And maybe on the same line of questioning from overtime, like what is the overtime we're spending now? And are there areas there, whether it's some of the community activities, staffing our boardroom or other things? I know last year we had this conversation, we moved the courthouse security. Are there other places where we might contract instead, both to decrease cost and to improve your team's morale?
I mean, the overtime, that number is because of working in the jail, keeping the jail open, operating, and we can't put, security guards in the housing units. And so we need the staff. It comes sworn staff, sheriff's office staff.
Okay. And I think I wanted to jam in one more. Which one do I want to do? Federal interactions. So obviously we are in a time of great uncertainty and fear throughout our communities, and I know you guys are feeling that. Just open phones for what you would like to share with the community about how you are interacting with federal law enforcement, what that is doing to the input, how your daily jobs are affected, and how we as a board can support you
It's definitely
and the community.
affecting the job of specifically, especially our civil process deputies. So they are serving civil process. You can see that easily they could be confused with ICE. They're knocking on doors. People are scared. Folks don't want to open the door. Then it causes a third, fourth attempt with no one answering the door. They come back. They tell the court for a person's not responding. Now a bench warrant is issued. So it's just going to escalate. One of the things I did, is we recently, I mentioned the canines, where we got new canines. We were so proud of the dogs. We got everybody the green canine uniforms, but I took those uniforms back because they're bringing fear to the community. And I know it wasn't, could have been not popular with some, but I have to also consider the community. And we're also, you mentioned, Mr. Spain mentioned community engagement, Corporal Ferris, she's out in the community. That makes a difference. So they see her, they know her, they can ask her a question, they have her phone number. Hey, we saw somebody here, is that the sheriff's office? Again, the number one question is, what's the difference between the police and the sheriff? We often get, now it's, are you all doing the ICE work? I currently don't have anyone from ICE in the detention facility. There's no one being detained from ICE. We, again, only honor judicially signed warrants. And so if there's a judicially signed warrant from ICE or from a judge now they're using the Marshal Service in some instances to issue detainers, then we honor those. Other than that, we're not necessarily doing the work. That's federal work. That's the job of ICE, and so we leave it to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Now I could continue with questions, but we are not going to end today. So I'm actually crowded out and I cannot. So I will thank you for the passionate and important conversation that we had, and to all of you who came here today. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot that you're here, to all of us. I hope that you know that. This is a work session. This is not the end of the conversation, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on with our police department, the Arlington County Police Department. Thank you. Yeah, after that. We have to cancel the, I don't believe that we will be done before 6. I'm sorry, there is no way to discipline, one round of questions is the equivalent of 40 minutes.
I don't think we can cancel on such short notice. We could start a little late
Then,
if we have
then
to.
people will have to wait until the wee hours, so they will have to wait probably a lot. It's very disrespectful to their time.
Andy, are you thinking of giving away money? No, thank you. That'd be real helpful.
You. We are back. I'm missing Mr. DeFranti. I think that we will continue. Welcome, Chief. Chiefs, actually. So thank you for coming today. There's a lengthier presentation, I believe, and
I'm going to try to get through it quickly.
no, at the pace it deserves. So let's get started.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. I just, can we have the slides, please? I'm going to get straight into them. Next slide. So I just wanted to start with just outlining and highlighting the department's 4 key initiatives. The topics up there are what guide everything that the police department does. And every member of the agency is expected to make positive contributions in each one of those areas in all that they do. In fact, this is one of the primary ways that we evaluate to make sure we're living up to our goals, we're being the best that we can, and providing the highest quality law enforcement services to this community. Over the 3 decades I've been involved in policing, this profession's changed a lot. It's changed a lot in the last 4 or 5 years. And it goes without saying that we ask an incredible amount from our staff. We ask them to do a host of different jobs, a host of different topics. We ask them to do it 24 hours a day. And it's important to me to start with highlighting that I feel incredibly fortunate to have the exceptional staff members that we have. People that want to make a difference, keep this community safe, and I think they do an outstanding job in doing that, and it's my honor to work with them. So I just wanted to start with that. And the agency that we are, which, I'm biased, but I think it's an exceptional police department, and that's only because of our sworn and professional staff. That's who makes the police department what it is, day in and day out. So over the last year, we've seen an increase in the number of assaults and serious assaults on our police officers. So I just wanted to take a minute and highlight a few of those for you. In May, an officer was attacked while intervening in a disturbance on Columbia Pike. While the officer's injuries were serious and lasting, they were fortunately not life-threatening, but they did require hospitalization. In August, an officer was attempting to detain a shoplifting suspect who was actively fighting with the officer. The suspect grabbed the officer's gun and, despite a struggle, was able to get the gun and discharge one round. The officer quickly regained control of the weapon, and the suspect was taken into custody. In December, an officer used deadly force to protect himself, other officers, and community members when a non-compliant suspect fought with officers while brandishing a knife. And while not an assault, in September, a motorcycle officer was attempting to stop a traffic violator when an unrelated vehicle hit the officer, causing him to strike a telephone pole. The officer suffered serious and, again, lasting injuries that did require hospitalization. We're fortunate to have dedicated and professional team here in Arlington who routinely show great restraint and commitment to this community. I continue to be incredibly proud of the work they perform each and every day, and it's my honor to work with them every day. Next slide. So I want to start with technology. Over the last year, we've invested in additional technology, and this is designed to help keep our community safe by supplementing our officers and creating things in the safest environment that we can. I want to start with the unmanned aircraft systems, the drones. This program launched in February of 2024, and it provides enhanced operational capability, safety, and situational awareness for our first responders as they go about their duties. This is a joint venture among public safety agencies, and throughout 2024, there were 98 different missions flown with this technology, which make our officers' jobs safer as they do it. One example of where this technology has been very impactful was the Marine Corps Marathon. Drone teams located several runners who were injured in areas of the course that didn't have other cameras, which enabled medics to be notified to respond in a timely manner and provide first aid to numerous people. A drone also located an unauthorized vehicle that had made its way onto the race course, allowing officers to quickly respond and get the car back off of the course. So I think it's already showing its effectiveness, but I just wanted to highlight one example. The next increase in technology is our automated safety enforcement programs. First, I'll start with Photo Red. We initially launched this program in 2010, and it's been expanded a couple of times throughout the year to where now we have 13 different intersections with Photo Red cameras. Throughout 2024, just under 40,000 tickets and warnings were issued to the more than 42 million vehicles that pass through these intersections. So that's a lot of cars, but 40,000 tickets and warnings is a lot of tickets. So we still have work to do to reduce the number of red light violations, to reduce the number of crashes that occur. The next program is Photo Speed. This program is new. It started last August, and it's been expanded slightly in January to now having 18 cameras in school zones throughout the community. So in the 4-month period of 2024, there were 22,000 different tickets and warnings issued. And I just want to highlight, these are in our school zones. These are where our kids are moving around. And the average issued speed of the tickets was in excess of 13 miles an hour above this posted speed limit, which is 20 in each of these locations. So while we have a very, very limited data set, we have seen some reduction in the number of violations, but to be honest, we need a much more in-depth and more complete data set to draw conclusions. The final technology I want to talk about is flock safety license plate readers. This technology has been prevalent throughout the law enforcement community for decades. We first began using it here in Arlington in 2012. This new technology provides enhanced searchable technology because it captures license plate and characteristics of just the vehicle, not the occupants. So it was operational beginning in January of 2025, but I want to make it clear that anytime it's searched, that the system is queried for a vehicle type, there's a requirement to record a justification. We can track it backwards, and we actually have in our policy that this is audited 2 different times a year by the Office of Professional Responsibility. So, and we have already seen the benefits of this technology as it's assisted in closing several cases, such as a malicious wounding incident and a series of robberies that were occurring not only in Arlington, but across the DMV area. Next slide, please. So this slide just outlines the proposed increases to the budget. The majority of the budget increase is due to the increase in the collective bargaining agreement members' pay. This increase recognizes our existing staff and all they do for this community on a daily basis through pay increases and decreasing the number of steps to reach maximum pay. It additionally would increase our starting pay, and all of this will recognize the work that they do, and it also will help keep us more competitive in the region so we can retain the staff that we have, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that later, but equally, we need to draw new folks to the agency. So I very much appreciate this proposal in the manager's budget and hope that the board approves. Next slide. A couple of specific points of the increased money that I want to touch on. First is the Clarendon detail. So this is part right-sizing the amount of overtime because salaries have gone up, but we've added Sunday night as a regular part of the detail because it just became necessary because it just got popular on Sundays. And the other thing I just want to touch on is the funding of our cognitive performance specialist. I'm going to talk a lot about that in a little while, but that's an incredibly important part of our plan to move the agency through the next couple of years. Next slide. This slide it's right to the point. It just outlines a $70,000 reduction in our operating supplies budget. And I don't have anything more on that. Next slide. So the areas on the screen are areas that I'm going to spend some time on as I move throughout the remainder of this presentation. But something I think is important to touch on is the importance of continuing to prepare and plan for the future. So we're working now to get back to our authorized strength. But when we achieve that milestone, we're going to have to be focused on growing. And how do we grow? And what's smart growth? You know, I realize it's dated, but a staffing study done in 2017 determined that we should have 405 sworn positions. You know, but our goal at this point is to return to our current full strength, but we're very intentional about making sure we're looking at needs that are going to come in the future so that we're prepared to make recommendations and make changes when we reach that milestone of full staffing again. Next slide. This gets into the staffing slides. So as of today, or as of a couple days ago, this hasn't changed. Our total authorized sworn positions is 377. We have 308 currently. But I want to talk a minute about functional staffing. That's the slide on the left. So functional defines officers who have completed all of their training and are able to go out and perform law enforcement actions and work in the community. So if somebody hasn't finished training or they're on long-term light duty, they wouldn't count. So out of the 377 authorized, our current functional staff is 266. We hovered around 280-ish for the last couple of years, but obviously that number's gone down and we're not seeing a move in the desired direction as much as we wanted to. One thing I do want to point out is when we talk about functional staffing, so our authorized is 377. We would never be functionally at 377 because there's always some people on long-term light duty or in training. But I think a number around 350 would be sort of the max functional staff that we would have. But like I said, we're 266 today. The slide on the right shows departures over the last 4 years. Staffing challenges are certainly not unique to our agency. Everywhere I go, all the chiefs are talking about it. And we're at a time where all law enforcement agencies are actively competing for the small pool of folks who are interested in becoming law enforcement today. One thing that's remained important to us, and we have maintained our hiring standards. It's important to us to have high standards, and it's important to us to make sure that the people we hire are a good fit for our agency, how we police, and a good fit for this community. So over the last 4 years, or from 2020 to 2023, we lost 177 officers and we hired 137. That's the hole that we're digging out of now. Some positive news for calendar year 2024 is that we hired 47 people and lost 43 people. So this is the first time in at least 5 years, probably longer, that we have ended the year having hired more than we lost. I mean, it's 4, but it's not negative.
Yep.
So where are we losing staff to? This is something we track because it's important to us. So just to share some numbers with you, 17 officers left before completing all of their initial training, the pre-academy, the academy, the field training. You know, our initial training is about a year long. We lost 6 members to other law enforcement agencies, all outside of this area. and 5 left for private industry jobs. We actively keep track of vacancies rates. Our vacancy rate is on the higher end compared regionally, but this is work where we see some positive growth in 2024. Calendar year 2024, I'm hoping to duplicate that in a bigger number in 25. Next slide. So I just want to spend a second about the number of years of service we lost over the last years, because that plays into how we're planning and what we're doing. 2024, we lost 406 years of law enforcement experience. And since 2020, we've lost 2,500 years of law enforcement experience. And this highlights the importance, more now than ever, of retaining the incredible staff that we currently have. The slide on the right shows departures over the last 4 years. And that's getting to be more what's normal. You see the green line and the blue line are the biggest. Green are people that are under 5 years, blue are people that are retiring. And that's what we've looked like historically. We see people in those two categories. If you look at the charts on the left of that, 21 and 22, that we really lost a lot of folks in the middle. And that is impacting us because of the tenure that we lost. We continue to, as we recruit, we're not looking for just criminal justice students. We're looking for people of all different backgrounds. And I think sometimes we encounter people who haven't really focused on this career and are trying it. I think that could have something to do with the number that we lose in training, but sometimes it's hard to tell. The chart on the left of that slide shows our current tenure by years of service. 34% of our sworn officers today have less than 5 years of experience. So we're becoming a young department. Since I've served in this role, we've also promoted over 85% of all of our supervisors. And this is important for us to understand and plan for. And one of our main focuses for 2025 is expanding our approach to training. Really coming at training with a career development approach that starts the day you start, and it tracks all the way through your career to make sure we're equipping people at all different points in their career to be successful. We've always had a commitment to training. We'll continue to have that. Actually, last year, the total number of training hours that we had increased to 73,000 hours of training. And 3,400 of that was in crisis intervention team training. And we currently have about 60% of our agency is crisis intervention team trained. So what do we do about this? In my opinion, there's 2 parts to this challenge. The first is, first and foremost, keeping our incredibly dedicated staff that we have. And second, we need to actively recruit and draw new talent that meet our standards here to Arlington. I believe this is a multi-pronged strategy. The first comes with pay and compensation. That's always the first key that people look at. And a lot has been addressed in this, but it's an area that we need to continue to focus to make sure that we're remaining competitive. The second is internal opportunities and work conditions. We need to ensure, we're working to ensure that we're meeting our core services and doing all the things we should be doing, but doing it in the most minimally disruptive way we can to people's lives. We've gotten through this crisis without having to go to a 12-hour shift, no schedule changes, and not going to mandatory overtime, but it's been hard, and it's been because of our staff that we've been able to do that. Other things that I think are equally important that we have to focus on is there's got to be opportunity for growth. If people feel stuck, they're going to leave. And so we're really trying to internally build a structure that allows for all of this to happen while maintaining our core services. Next slide. So recruiting. We continue to be very innovative and intentional in our recruiting efforts. In 2024, we expanded our advertising to include radio, television, local news, Indeed, Zip, social media. The list goes on. But the days of just going to job fairs and getting all the applicants you need are long gone. So how do we do something different? Last year, we contracted with a company called Epic, which is a law enforcement recruiter, and to build us an independent recruitment website that does targeting social media campaigns and department branding. And that website is just coming online now. If anybody's interested, you can see it at joinarlingtoncountypd.com. But I'm hoping that that's going to show positive impacts to our overall recruiting as well. One of the things that we constantly look at as we recruit are our last 100 hires. It's important to us that our agency reflect the community's diverse demographics. So we feel like the best way to watch this is our last 100 people hired. And of this 100, 31% were women and 39% identified as a race and ethnicity other than Caucasian. Next slide. So for our output and outcome, we obviously selected recruiting and hiring. Our goal is to hire more qualified police officers. As you'll see from the slide, we traditionally hire between 1.9 and 2.7% of the people that apply to the Arlington County Police Department. Again, highlighting the importance that our standards are. And I recognize that that slide is all in fiscal year data, but I'm going to give you some numbers that are based on 2024 calendar, because I think that's what is the most useful as we track this. In 2024 calendar, our applications were up 80%, up to 2,218 applications, and resulting in a much higher rate, 67% higher rate, and really hoping we duplicate that in 2023. And we continue to host engagements. We had 163 engagement opportunities. Some of those are job fairs, but a lot of that is our ambassador program, where we're going to colleges and universities and trying to build a relationship a year or two out before somebody's even looking for a job. Next slide. So this is really going to focus on overtime and part of how we've gotten through the last few years. Our top priority remains the safety and well-being of the Arlington community and prioritizing our core services. So over the last several years, we've restructured the agency a couple different times. We had to reduce service cuts to the community. We continue to change how we do business, but I want to make it clear to the board and to the community that we have always done this with the key focus on making sure that we can always meet our core service. If you call the police are coming, and they're going to be there, and prioritizing the most important or most serious criminal investigations that occur. But I've been very honest about it. Nothing's changed. We've survived this time because of our staff, because of overtime. And our officers have worked an extensive amount of additional overtime to help us meet these objectives. Our total overtime increased throughout 2020 the last calendar year by 12.2%. Fortunately, that's a little smaller than the year before, but it's still a significant increase. And our overtime just to meet minimum staffing increased 11.4%. So as you see on the slide, the number indicates there was 11,800 hours of overtime just for us to meet minimum staffing. I just want to throw out a couple other numbers just for information about what drives, and other things that drive our overtime. Our Clarendon detail has increased to 7,300 plus hours. And last year in special events, we had over 13,000 hours of overtime, 7,000 in court, 9,000 for investigators because we've significantly reduced the numbers. So there's been an incredible willingness of our folks to step up and help, but I've said it over and over that I don't think that was sustainable. So last week, we announced some more changes within the police department about how we're going to get by, because our goal is to always keep the core services number one, and to do this in the way that is the most minimally disruptful to our staff's lives as we can. Some of the changes included things like expanding some of the online types of calls that can be reported online. We're implementing a call diversion program in ECC to help free up some patrol officers, having officers from other parts of the agency spend some of their work time backfilling patrol, and really making more efficient use of training. And it is our hope that this new system will create a more sustainable work-life balance for our employees. Next slide. So I'm going to shift to crime now. So Arlington remains a safe place to live. I just want to start there. But we are seeing some increases in crime. With our reduced staffing numbers, it's imperative for us to focus our efforts. We need to be efficient and intentional about how we deploy to make sure that we are always staffed and prepared to live up to our core service obligations. And this is something we talk about all the time. Last year, overall crime was up about 10.5%, but I want to explain what that means. And I also want to highlight, these are preliminary numbers. The state doesn't capture the data until the end of this month, so they may change slightly, but shouldn't be dramatically. So crimes against people were up 7.8%. Percentages always sound bad to me, so to contextualize that, that's 167 additional incidents over the year. And of those 167, 144 were simple assault and batteries. Simple assault and battery and aggravated assault were the two main drivers of the increases in crimes against people. Crimes against property was up a little bit more, 12.12%. That equates to 931 additional incidents over the year. The two main drivers of this increase include shoplifting and robbery. So a little bit about robbery, that's up about 10.1%, but that equates to 26 additional incidents over the year. So there were a total of 282 robberies over calendar year 24. I just want to highlight that over 100 of these incidents started as a shoplifting that escalated because of the behavior of the person. It could be a threat, it could be a push, but I just think that's relevant in this conversation. We've also seen a 64% decrease in carjackings, down 16 incidents to a total of 9 for last year. And I think it's also noteworthy that most of our robberies occurred in commercial areas. Now, shifting to shoplifting, here's the big increase. Shoplifting's up about 75% over last year, which is a total of 799 additional incidents over the year. So without data, I mean, we've built really strong relationships with loss prevention folks. We've really increased what can be reported online. I think that's we're probably getting some reports that we would have not gotten if it required an officer to respond, but that doesn't account for this whole increased number. I just think it's part of the conversation. So I'm going to touch on that in just a second. Crimes against society remain relatively neutral, and the number of firearms seized this year was down slightly to a total of 110, 6 of which were ghost guns. So in looking at crime trends, we do a host of different events throughout the year. When we see patterns, we see something developing, we react to it. Over the holiday winter shopping months, we had a detailed focus in the commercial areas in Crystal City. That team confiscated 46 improper Metro fare cards, arrested 75 people with a total of 186 different offenses. So, we identify and react when we see trends, but with this large increase, I've asked the engagement division to design and create and implement an ongoing, it won't be every day, but an ongoing detail focused on retail theft. That's a big increase, but I want something that's ongoing, but we're in the midst of building that now. Next slide. So total opioids over the last year, there's some overall positive news here. There's decreases in the total incidence of opioid incidents as well as overdoses, and we see a decrease in fatalities from 22 down to 10, but we still lost 10 people last year to this. So there is still work to be done. Next slide. So focusing now on wellness and employee development, this is our training section. It's called the Wellness and Employee Development Training section, and it is focused on all of our wellness work within the agency, peer support, our new employee training, career-long development training, and an internal leadership training. The new employee development training, it used to be the training ended when you finished in field training. We're extending that a year, because we want to have a defined curriculum to prepare people for the rest of their career. And the ongoing career development training program is being built to have a lot more flexibility in training offerings, minimizing people's time away from their shift, but increasing the amount of training, the types of training people can go to. And for the first time ever, we're going to do more, not just it won't all be in person, some will be online, some might be self-paced. So we're really trying to make the most of that system. But we're also building a designated Arlington leadership development program to step people through their phases. Because like I said, 85% of us are reasonably new on our job, so it's important that we continue to grow in that area as well. And this new unit is really focusing on implementing wellness by design concept through trust and excellence in the training. So it's going to be a part of every training session. Next slide. In 2021, we reaffirmed the department's commitment to our employees' well-being. Like I said in the beginning, we ask an awful lot of folks, so it's important that we take care of them and provide the resources that we can. I want to call out the Cummings Foundation for Behavioral Health. We've been in a 4-year relationship with the Cummings Foundation, who have been working to develop an evidence-based protocol and practice to support first responder wellness through data. And we've been very fortunate to be the recipient of their services and to be a test agency. The Cummings Foundation's donated over $1 million in services to our members in programs and things such like yoga, the conditioning room, resiliency training, bringing farm fresh vending machines into the agency so people eat better, and doing wellness surveys and screenings to really help people improve their overall health and well-being. Across public safety, we've committed to a wellness concept, a shared wellness concept, and last year we were able to hire 2 public safety wellness coordinators who are licensed clinicians. These 2 folks have, over this short time, developed 3 focus areas to build this program. The first is provision of short-term clinical services, followed by development of training and education, and conducting research on established partnerships. So in Arlington PD specific, I talked about O2X Cognitive Performance Specialist. This is an individual who's embedded full-time in our agency, and we're one of the first departments in the nation to do this because the function of this work is to provide individual and group consultation and training on resilience, stress management, physical skills, instructor development. The list goes on, but the goal is to enable people to reach their maximum potential both at work, as officers, in teams, and as supervisors. And it's been, you can see by the numbers on the chart, it's really taking off and getting used a lot, and it's a very positive program. Next slide. Criminal justice diversion. So in 2023, the police department entered a relationship with the Center for Youth and Family Advocacy on identifying the appropriate instances to divert individuals to community resources rather than the criminal justice program. For us, this is focused on juveniles, and it's for misdemeanor offenses and nonviolent felony offenses. So since its inception, we have referred 77 different cases to this program, and to date, 0 have been returned for noncompliance with this program. On the right, you'll see something we're working towards in the future, a joint police department and DHS pilot program exploring a co-response where we have a police officer and a mental health clinician together and moving to connect individuals in crisis with service, community-based services, and divert them from higher levels of care in the justice system. We're working to identify staffing so we can do this hopefully in the near future. Next slide. So our focus on equity, we're committed to being actively engaged throughout the entire Arlington community. I think the police department for years has done a good job of interacting with the established groups in the meetings, but our focus now is that, but it's to move beyond that. How do we get to where people are so that we're engaging with every part of the Arlington community who wants to engage with us? In 2024, some highlights of things that we did. We revamped the Chiefs Advisory Council. This is a group of folks that we meet with monthly who we talk about the agency. They make recommendations to us. Some of their current focus areas include community engagement, recruitment and retention, and strategic planning. We're currently hosting the 29th session of the Community Police Academy, has 25 different participants in it. And in 2021, as you're aware, we created a Latino liaison officer position. And this was based on requests from the community. And this program has been incredibly successful because it's really bridged a gap. And we've committed to the Latino Community Police Academies. We've hosted 3 of those over the last years. And we will continue to host events like Pupusas with the police during Hispanic Heritage Month. But I think this has really seen a bridge where we have a much stronger relationship with that part of our community. Some upcoming events include our summer youth engagement. We have a Teen Police Academy. It's our 3rd year running with that. Applications are currently out. We're doing a forensic science experience for young people to do some crime scene work. This is our 2nd year with that. And for the first year ever, we're hosting a co-ed first responder summer basketball camp. And coming up on April 5th from 11 to 2 at Gunston, we've partnered with the ARC of Northern Virginia to have a safety fair for people with disabilities and their families. It's always a great event. April 5th, 11 to 2 at Gunston. And with that, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Without objection, I think that we can call Ms. Evans, who is our chair of our Law Enforcement Community Oversight Board, to present as well, and then we can move on questions. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
There we go. I think we've got slides. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today.
Here we go.
Perfect. We can go ahead. So just a quick overview. We want to echo our support for several of ACPD's funding requests. We'll review our 2025 fiscal year accomplishments, talk about outstanding needs and how that impacts our work, the significance of our work for the community. I'll be quick, so we'll go through regional and national context and then just a budget request summary.
Next slide.
This should say post-academy training, but we want to recognize the efforts that ACPD has made kind of around preparing officers for what field training will look like. Obviously, the officer wellness, the cognitive performance specialist seems like a very valuable addition and part of the larger efforts that they've made to emphasize officer wellness. That's a significant priority and a topic of conversation that comes up in our conversations. We're very supportive of the salary increase, recognizing the competition from not just neighbors, but the private sector and the loss of that kind of leadership. So we're really grateful to the board for recognizing that, had kind of piled up on us. So echoing our support for ACPD's requests, we can go on. Our major accomplishment last year was to clear the backlog of cases in 2020. So the dates here are a little bit confusing because it takes a long time for our cases to clear the administrative period. But in the calendar year 2023, there was 77 complaints that 3 of which were fully required a full investigation and review. Last year, these cases occurred in 2023, but we reviewed over 100 complaints, and our independent policing auditor conducted 11 concurrent investigations that we reviewed the investigation both from ACPD's Office of Professional Responsibility and the IPA's investigation reports. We reviewed all of the evidence for all of those cases and held public reviews for those cases. We were able to do some limited policy and gap analysis, looking at a recommendation for new data collection on officer firearm use. We'll touch on this in a few minutes. A policy gap that we want to kind of dig into in partnership with ACPD on bias-free policing, so that we can kind of understand what are different ways to implement that. Stakeholder coordination, we were able to onboard a new voting member. We still have a vacancy. Obviously, the non-voting member is a difficult position for us to staff. We have at least one candidate that we're trying to get through the process. We onboarded a new member. We've got one more, I think, who was approved yesterday. Thank you for that. Very grateful. It's helpful to address our physical quorum. And then we're also in the process of trying to replace our management analyst who will greatly improve our administrative productivity. Having that seat vacant has been a pain. And regularly kind of meeting with the Captain Kim from the Office of Professional Responsibility and I meet regularly. We also do case debriefs with them so that we can get context for the kind of situation, the circumstances, the officer perspective. What we were not able to do while getting through the backlog of cases, which sometimes was, 2 cases a month, which was a very big demand on a kind of inaugural COB. We were able to get 1 case report released to ACPD. We have the next batch going out, and then we've implemented a new policy that for every case we review this year, we'll release those reports within 30 days. Next slide. Okay, so before we go into outstanding needs, I do want to just express specific gratitude to the new leadership, the new member, and the continuing support from our liaisons. This work has taken a lot of coordination and navigating some sensitivities. So I think that we are on track to address the outstanding needs with the current kind of budget plans. I think the 3rd FTE position for the Independent Policing Auditor's Office, the Deputy Auditor, will really help our ability to clear out the cases that do not require a full investigation. That kind of administrative support, I think we've got some temporary resources lining up. We have special projects that we'll talk about in a minute, but we've got, outstanding needs specifically in community engagement. We held one event recently that went very well, but it always comes with an echo for, more community engagement. For ongoing training and for dealing with some of this kind of nuanced policy considerations, looking at subject matter expert consultants that can help us get up to speed, whether they're one-off trainings or, kind of curriculums. I think that would be helpful. We really immersed ourselves in training for the first year, in particular with a lot of support from ACPD, but we have to kind of keep that activity going alongside the cases. And then the last thing here is just kind of budget management aspects. We have mobilized funds where available for pieces of things, but that doesn't really give the independent policing auditor the opportunity to kind of address some of these things in real time. And the cost of that gap is tension or friction, with ACPD where we have, agreement on a need, but no solution in a way that as we go through the cases, then we kind of revisit sensitive topics over and over that we already kind of know need to be addressed. So on the right, our case review productivity is much higher than any of our regional peers who have more staff and resources. Our administrative productivity is very slow. Our community engagement has been limited. Our ability to do policy analysis and recommendations is primarily limited to what the volunteer members of our board can carve out time to do outside of their day jobs. And reporting. Reporting is my focus for fiscal year 2026. I think making the work that we do more visible to the community, but the community engagement is the kind of collective #1 priority. So we can go on. So the significance of this work, to the community, I want to reflect that the issues we deal with are not the most common issues with ACPD. The overwhelming majority of ACPD interactions with the community are conducted with the skill and professionalism that the county, deserves and respects. What we deal with are the most severe issues, and they bring up, sensitivities that are uncomfortable or that are, based in a fear that the community has. So, as I mentioned before, we were able to help ACPD come up with a data collection for the number of times that officers draw and point their gun at a person, distinct from the current policy requirement, which was to note it in the report as a leading indicator of possible excessive use of force. And this is, just to reflect that these are human beings who have, sometimes a lot of uncertainty in a situation and a fear for their life. But if we train them that their gun is the first kind of line of defense, that can get out of control. And we've seen that in officer-involved shootings around the country. We would like to look into that more a little bit in terms of what our best practice is, because I think for officer safety, for community safety, that is a very shared common interest that where we can avoid or prevent those situations, that's preferable. The bias-free policing, part of this is the application of the current policy. Some of it deals with implicit bias, which we all agree is not a punishable, right, characteristic. We all have implicit bias, but that doesn't kind of relinquish us from the responsibility of dealing with it, especially where we have, critical incidents with folks in different situations. So, and then the other thing, I think we've seen the investigations improve a lot since the COB and IPA were created. The interviews are more extensive and thorough. We do still see some kind of opportunities for improving those processes with whether it's training or best practice, I'm not sure, but we would like, the resources to be able to look into that so that the people who, file complaints have confidence that, the interviews and the process, does get to a meaningful outcome. Next slide. So we do have 2 upcoming special projects. I think you're all aware of these, but the traffic stop analysis, to review traffic stop data in Arlington, I think this will be a valuable exercise. I think that it would be more helpful if we had policy recommendations in scope. I think there are. This is partially just because my day job is in traffic engineering. So I'm very enthusiastic about, we have safer cars than we used to have. We have different travel demand and behaviors. And so there are probably some significant policy opportunities to address any, bias or disproportionate impacts of traffic stops on the community. In the wings behind that, we have a bias-free policing RFP to go out, looking at national best practices and working very closely. Our agreement with ACPD is that we'll meet, with those experts together so that they hear all of the same input from us at the same time, and we're looking forward to that. I'll note these are being, these special projects are being procured outside of our current budget, and those, I'm very grateful for y'all's leadership and your continued support. I think we're largely on the same page, but I do think that having that in a budget that we can exercise will give us a little bit more kind of productive administrative maturity. We can blow through this a little bit. This was a slide that we looked at last year, but just kind of our regional and national peers are better resourced than we are, but they're not more productive than we are. They're not more active. So I think, like I said, I want to be especially grateful for the deputy position. I think that will be a huge help when we get the SMA filled. That will be a huge help. But kind of keeping in line that, as we look at next year, I'd like to look at kind of what the value of these project investments are and what other areas there are. So I'm kind of confident with where we are with the board on budget right now, and just kind of keeping in mind that we're doing a lot with a little, and it does wear on the volunteer staff to do so. So just the summary of budget request. I think that we have the resources in the current proposed budget, but just detailing out for kind of the public's view of what we're trying to do in these different areas. Our focus on special projects, community engagement, specialized training to make sure that we understand, the evolving pressures facing ACPD and the evolving kind of perspectives of the community, national best practice, the deputy auditor, administrative support, and then budget independence. I think the ability to kind of shape these projects and get them out in response to the issues as they arise in our case reviews would be very helpful. Last, I'll just thank a lot of our partners. We have relied on close coordination with community organizations who have a better understanding of where there is mistrust in police within the community, and if they can help us understand those issues, we can work more effectively with ACPD to address them. The county board, like I've said, the leadership, the liaisons, and dedicated support from members has been really helpful, especially this year. The county manager's office kind of meeting and helping us understand how this fits into the larger view, and routinely with ACPD and specifically the Office of Professional Responsibility, that positive partnership and ability to have difficult conversations in a constructive manner is something that we really appreciate and invest in. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Yeah.
A lot of information. Colleagues, questions? Who goes first? Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think kind of a joint question across ACPD and COB, if you don't mind, on the use of technology in policing, because I think, when we think about traffic safety, there's a lot of good data that shows using these more automated technologies that, we're starting to be able to roll out in Virginia, reduce bias in traffic stops. It's a camera, it doesn't know who's driving, but at the same time, I think there's reasonable community concerns around privacy, data collection, what happens with that data. And so I'm just wondering how both ACPD, and then I would be interested in the COB's point of view as well, how we're kind of balancing the ways that technology can enhance our community safety, but also, the reasonable concerns that community members might have about being tracked, so to speak.
Sure. No, I get that. I think, the answer to your question comes down to policy and practice. I mean, we've been very intentional about our policy in, the data is only used for law enforcement, and it's audited, it's tracked. If like in the Flock system, like I mentioned, if an officer queries, I'm looking for a red pickup truck that was involved in a shooting or whatever, they have to note why they're looking and attach a case number, and it's something that OPR audits because, the data is what the data is, and it's tracking, like that particular technology is tracking a car. And, so I think it comes down to policy, but then following up on your policy and making sure that you're actually doing what you say that you're going to do, and that's built into our policy. And, I think there's a lot of technology that could be brought in. But I think that, some of it's just going to take a little longer to get to because there's a lot more questions about some. I mean, the drones, to me, the drones are huge for safety. I mean, I will send a piece of plastic in any day over a human being. And I've not heard a lot of concern about that. I hear periodic concerns about LPRs. I hear really more concern about the photo speed cameras. I mean,
They generate tickets. This is the reason.
they take a picture.
I mean, yes, but the other systems are actually surveillance systems, so they do produce data.
Absolutely, but I still think the data is compartmentalized. I mean, the photo speed stuff lives in one spot, and it's just for that. And if the person pays the ticket, it's deleted. So it's really the smart integration of technology. I mean, we're in a technology age, and with a staffing crisis, the more we can have technology supplement, the better off we are. But I really think it comes down to making sure the data, you have good policy and you have good oversight to make sure that you're doing what you say you do.
Yeah, I mean, I have a professional opinion, and I was very slow to think that the speed enforcement cameras are valuable because in a lot of jurisdictions, it's very tempting to lower the threshold to increase the revenue. And we recognize that introducing revenue-generating pressure on public safety functions is not a great idea. I do think that for staffing efficiency, I think that the technology has come around. I think for implementation, my kind of awareness of concerns is not so much in privacy, especially for the photo enforcement cameras, is the pay equity. That these are things that are steered by the vendor drives what these contracts look like. They own oftentimes the cameras, the data, and they don't always make provision for things like partial payment, so that if you can't afford the ticket, you can acknowledge the violation. Same thing with the fine, right? Like, what is the fine, and does it need to double? So I think that the financial equity piece of that is probably a higher concern for me professionally. I think that I think for everything that the chief has outlined that they're using, we're very supportive. I think there are other similar policy changes that do not require technology, like because our cars are so much safer, we can reduce vehicle stops for registration or taillights or things. Those just don't have and Ramsey County, which I think is where George Floyd is the county that houses Minneapolis, they removed a ton of different stops from their policy, from their code, and they had a 66% reduction of stops of Black residents. They had a 23% reduction of stops overall, and no discernible impact on public safety. So I think the technology is a really important tool and resource to be able to use. I don't think it substitutes for the consideration of the other technologies have changed too. These cars are a lot safer. And so, you're not going to die in a fender bender. You don't need to get pulled over for, speeding, red light violation. I totally agree, but, expired registration is not really worth pulling somebody over, and tends to be used nationally as a pretextual stop. So I think, like the chief said, it's about how you integrate and apply the technology with a policy framework. Thank you. Yeah.
So I'd add one quick thing. We had our first instance where somebody asked for more time on paying the fine, and we were able to figure that and accommodate and extend it. I think it was 90 days, additional days. Okay. So I get it, that's a thing. We just haven't been asked much about it, but we were asked recently. We were able to make it work.
Good. Vice Chair DeFerrari.
Thank you. I want to be efficient and mindful. Colleagues will have other questions and thoughts. 3 big picture thoughts. First, I'm fully supportive of the investment in collective bargaining and the decision that's over $3 million towards investing in our people. And I am super mindful that the sheriff's deputies by Virginia law do not have collective bargaining, and they should. I'm not holding my breath, but that is part of the underlying reality that I'll just say out loud. So really appreciate that piece of the proposal. I'm supportive of this. The second, thank you for the investment in the Clarendon detail. I know you're rehiring, but thank you. It's probably give me a few less gray hairs over the next 6 to 9 months, or I'll lose a little less hair. And then, thank you for your leadership on the, and mindful that it's not easy, but thank you for your leadership on the staffing adjustments. Not an easy thing, but it's also, in the community is so important. Ms. Evans, I'll just say, I'll just surface my understanding and impression. I know very much that Ms. Ibrahim and they're working with Dr. Miller is trying to hire the second person. And at the Community Criminal Justice Board this last week, she said, we got to get the right person. And so my impression is that the second position this year is not in the manager's proposed. I am supportive next year. We are so tight this year. And just listening to your presentation, I got momentarily confused because I know that's your ask. Community Criminal Justice Board, we love a position there, and I just can't justify even asking for it at this moment. So it's my understanding it's not in the proposed this year.
It's not, but we did include a list of resources. It seems quaint that I wrote it back at the beginning of February. If we got more money, definitely supportive of an additional position if the funds became available for the independent policing auditor.
Great. What I heard is that in the next week, you're going to come up with additional ongoing revenue that is going to...
I will be briefing you at 4:30 today to disabuse you of that notion.
I think the operative verb is probably apt. I said it irreverently, and so I'll take that for sure. But also to surface this, on temporary administrative support and one time, we did have a conversation, colleagues, with Ms. Cunningham, just to help with that piece of it. And that is one time and a limited amount of money that hopefully the manager will not also disabuse me of that idea at 4:30. That's one time. So those are all the thoughts. Quick questions. Is 266 low? That, because you shared with us that we're increasing the number of officers, if you're hurt, of course, we don't want you in service, but 266 is lower than I wish, and I'm not, just because of the.
Andy says same.
And I'm not, it's unexpected that you said that. I really am grateful that you surfaced it. But do you have any explanations? Can we do anything to help folks be in service? Because if you're asking everybody who's not been on the streets to come out on the streets. Now through your management, that 266 also seems important to me.
No, it is a lower number, certainly a lower number than we wanted. We were on pace last year we were thinking like 20 positive at the end of the year. November and December were not kind to us. The whole goal has been to really try to avoid the big things like changing the schedule, the 12 hours and mandatory overtime. And I think we've done the best job we can of finding different ways to get there, but the two priorities have been core services, and that will not change, but also doing it in the way that's most minimally disruptive to our folks' personal lives. And I'm really hopeful that the changes that we made will be more sustainable, at least in the short term, than just relying on thousands of hours of overtime, because that's not sustainable. I mean, people need to have some time away and relax. So, the only other thing I would add to give a little clarity to that is there's about, 7 to 10 people at any given time that are on light duty. So that's not a big number. But we do have like 15 people in field training and 15 people in the academy. So those are, those numbers, when they finish their training, are going to make a difference, provided we don't lose a lot of people in the interim. So,
Great. Thank you. I want to share, I have a question that's regarding there's a slight increase from last year to this year regarding response times. And I don't know if you can briefly touch, mindful that I am responding to nothing, and so it's you guys that I respect so much for the work, but there's a slight, and can you give any context on that?
So we've noticed it too. And I think that we're going back and digging through the data again because, one thing that is clear is the number was run by a different person this year. So is it actually an increase? And if it's okay, I'd like to respond back to you in writing because we're double checking that number because, at the end of the day, the number of officers on any given time in patrol working when somebody calls, that has not changed. Our minimum is still our minimum. It hasn't changed over the years. How we feel it's changed. So I can't provide a well-thought-out answer without a little more homework.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranti. Mr. Spain.
How many questions I get to ask? I'm just trying.
No, the sky is the limit.
Yeah, right. Hello, Chief, and it's great to see you again, and thank you to you and your team for earlier this week coming over and having a conversation to talk about overtime in the department. So I won't, go down that road. I think you and I both share the thoughts that we need to look at ways to not, have our employees burn out, right? And look at different models. And you talked earlier about, the last staffing study that was done in 2017. Any thoughts on when you may be able to do another one? You can get back to me with that one.
No, I'll answer that. I think within the next year we could.
Yeah, I think it'll serve a great purpose being that, not to cut you off, but, we're increasing in populations, things are changing, just to see what it will look like.
Nope, I completely agree. So we'll get that done within the year.
Okay, great. I do have a few questions, and I see our chair of the Community Oversight Board here. So thank you, Ms. Julie, for coming. I made special attention, I just got your slides this afternoon, but on the slide that talks about the regional and national context, knowing this board has now been in place for 4 years, July will be 4 years, where we're at, quite honestly, you talked about budget equity with ACPD and recommendations from NACO, doesn't even come close, to be quite honest.
3 years old, but
3 years old. Well, the budget, they state that it should be about 1% of your police department's budget, right? Your oversight boards. And we're not there. So I hear what you're saying. You're not really asking for much this year, but I hope that in due time, working with the manager and my colleagues, we can find ways to get the Community Oversight Board not only out in the community, but build out that group so we can do more tangible type work and good products alongside the police department. The last question, or maybe I have two questions here. I asked the sheriff earlier, Chief, about their engagement in the community. You have a public information officer. Is that just one, or how many folks do you have on that team?
There's a total of 3 people on the team.
3 people. Okay, thanks. You have a partnership in the community with through an MOU with Restorative Justice, correct?
For SIFO, for juveniles, yes.
With SIFO, yeah. Or are you looking to explore partnerships with any other organizations doing some of the same work, perhaps?
We've had several different conversations with Restorative Arlington, and, I think we've made progress in the conversations, but at this point, one of the challenges for law enforcement is if you're talking about adults and you're talking about serious crime. I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead. If you're talking,
I was thinking like adults and serious crime. A lot of times the officers at the time are going to have the least amount of information. There's some of the places they could get other information may not be open. So, with serious crime, I think that's best done at a later time. But we have had conversations, we have many meetings with some folks with Restorative Arlington. But were you asking specifically about some other juvenile program?
Just wondering if you would be open to exploring that type of partnership with other entities within Arlington, i.e. Restorative Arlington. I know there was conversations in the past. Just wondering if that may yield something down the road. The more the better. We have a lot of folks and organizations in our community are doing great work. And I think, what we hear a lot of times is we need to work together in unity to accomplish some of these challenges that we have. But let me get to my last, I think, question here is, I've been looking at the budget and I came to the space under the big umbrella of public safety, right? and I look at community engagement, and I want to thank you for some of the work you've been doing. Your overall budget is asking for about 5% increase across the board. And have you, in the adopted budget for 2025, and I'm looking at Community Engagement Division, there's a good pot of money there that you've been allocated, about $4.5 million. That's what I'm reading on page 417 of the budget. Can you talk a little bit about those programs and what's going to be new when we get to FY 2026? Because it looks like we're going from $4.5 million in the last year's adopted budget to the proposed 2026 budget. We're going to go up to $5 million, a little bit over $5 million in budgeting for Community Engagement Division. I'm just trying to understand, like, what are you doing? What's new?
That's personnel. I want to see it, so I might need to respond in writing, but I think that's going to be primary personnel, because one of the things that we asked for that the manager included in his proposed budget was, I think it's $40,000 to help support some of the events. I believe what you're,
Yeah. Page
I believe
417.
that number is going to be personnel cost.
Yeah. Okay. Those all personnel costs?
Yeah, because they have a budget of $40,000 to support the events themselves.
Right. So you're running about a little bit less than $50,000, you would say, perhaps, just roughly in community engagement throughout a fiscal year, maybe?
That's how much is budgeted. I mean,
Right.
we may go over because.
And maybe we can talk later on. I know I'm going to turn over to my colleague about Clarendon nightlife detail. There's also some concern in the community about other areas within Arlington that may need some, and probably not germane so much to this budget, but it would cost some money should we want to put additional personnel there. But we'd love to have a conversation later on. I think we've kind of talked about it. It's kind of on the record now about how we can work in different areas, i.e. Green Valley, right, to help as the spring comes upon us and into the summer, because there's some unique concerns from the community that I've been hearing, and hopefully we can work together to find some kind of resolve. And again, I know you've been working on it in the past, but it seemed like things just have not gone away. So let's see how we can work together. With that, thank you, Chief. Thank you to the officers of the police department for all your hard work. You know, when we call you, you show up, and let's stay in contact.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Khan.
Great. I'll pick up on that one. I think we're all so grateful for the community engagement of all of our law enforcement partners and public safety partners, and 5 million is a big number. And so I think particularly just want to flag, especially for our youth programs, as we begin to look at the youth strategic plan, and we've been piloting things with schools. I know you guys have been at the table for that, but let's think about that all together, so that if there's a summer camp that you're running, that DPR could run and have you spend a little less time on it, or vice versa, that we're looking at youth strategically across the whole community and figuring out how to use each of the expertises and the budgets most appropriately. And then specifically on Clarendon detail and Green Valley, I think there's both of them sort of popped out in the summaries as having some specific investments that we made last year and that are being made this year. And I wonder if either here today or follow up, we could get a little bit more detail about what the goals and the outcomes are and what the actual total dollar investment is in each of those two.
Sure, we can do that.
Do it afterwards, maybe. Okay. And then, since that was quick, I get two more. One is I asked our sheriff, and we'll ask each of us, we're in a time of pretty significant change and uncertainty and fear in terms of how our federal law enforcement partners are acting. And I just wanted to open the space for you to share, how is the interaction with federal law enforcement? How is the trust policy working in terms of, affecting your procedures? Anything you want to share with the community about how we manage through this time?
Sure. So I just, a little bit about the trust policy and our policy. It is very clear that it is not the job of local law enforcement to enforce federal immigration law, and the Arlington County Police Department does not enforce federal immigration law. And I think this is very clear. Our policy is also clear that we don't ask your immigration status, because what I want to be very clear in everybody's mind is somebody's status in this country has nothing to do with their access to police services here. We want people to call the police. If they need help, it's better that they call us and we can come and help versus things go unreported, and that just spirals in a bad direction. So, you know, to be perfectly upfront, there's 3 limited circumstances that our folks can engage with ICE, and they are if a gang member is arrested for a violent felony, if a undocumented or believed to be undocumented person is arrested for a felony or is a gang member, but there is a clear need that in public safety to notify ICE that has to be articulated and approved at a higher level in the agency. Or the third is if somebody's arrested for terrorism or human trafficking. It's limited to that. So at the end, it is not our job. It is the job of the federal government to do immigration work, not ours. So people's access to everything, every service we provide has nothing to do with status.
Great, thank you so much. And then one perhaps easier or smaller question. We hear sometimes about, we hear a lot about FOIA. I don't know about you, but do you ever spend any time on FOIA?
It's great.
But I think one specific question that's come up, since we're all still a little bit new in the body-worn camera extent, is how can people access their own interactions with police? And so if I had an interaction with you over St. Patrick's Day, let's say, and I wanted to pull the information for my own review or for my legal team's review, can you just share a little bit about what our policies and procedures are there and any confusion or uncertainty you've heard from the community?
Sure. So there's a couple different prongs to your question. If I've been, say I was arrested on St. Patrick's Day and I have a pending court case, that video would be shared through the discovery process through the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. So that's one avenue. But we get FOIA requests all the time for if somebody wants a copy of a video that they're involved in. There are exemptions that may or may not result in the video being released. But sometimes we do release it. Sometimes people can come in and see it. It depends on what it is and what the FOIA statutes provide. But it's different if I'm just asking or if I'm asking because I have a pending matter in the court and then how it's handled. So a simple ask is to us, and ask for court would be through the Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. So I will try to stick on budget questions. So one of the biggest, first of all, because you started with that, the officers who suffered, attacks and injuries, we really appreciate the mention, and we keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Always. I always know that you are out in a very, very dangerous job sometimes. I have one question, and talking about big picture. One thing that I really expect to be kind of a game changer is the co-response team. I'm so happy to see that this comes together. The question is, do you expect that this will actually alleviate the need for a lot of uniformed officers to respond? Will we see a kind of a reduction on the pressure, on personnel pressure on you, and then a shift towards professionals who can deal with these situations that normally attract a lot of time and effort? And they also produce down the line. I mean, they produce arrests, et cetera, which we want to avoid here, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. I think in the long term, yes, I think the answer would be it can push a lot more away from the police department. I mean, we work routinely with Department of Human Services on, implementing the Marcus Alert program. There's already things that officers don't go to. We only go when there's a safety concern currently. And the introduction of the MOST team has been critically important. I think that's really making a difference. We're exploring, can we even add to that to where the calls that a mental health professional would not be comfortable going to without an officer because there is a safety concern? Can we add that to the plate and take that off of the patrol officers? And then you have the two different professions there to work with one another to find the outcome that is the least intrusive. So I hope we're able to figure out the staffing piece of it and get something like that started very soon, because I think it is a best practice. I think most gets us most of the way there, but not all the way.
So is there a, so when officers respond to these calls, and I know that's very difficult for them, do they keep track? Do they say, for example, look, if we had here a mixed team or we had a mental health professional with us in this moment, we could have avoided all this. So can we quantify or set a goal for what kind of impact this would have down, in personnel impact, service hours impact, or dollar impact?
I think our officers routinely are now calling for most, because, somebody not in a uniform, somebody not the police sometimes has a better opportunity to get somebody to go along with what they're hoping that they do. The uniform can be a barrier sometimes, and we get that. So as far as the data currently, it would be anecdotal, but I think if we're able to get this program up and running, what we're going to see in the long term is most has already taken some calls for service off of the officers. Some calls are being handled like over the phone, where somebody who's not in crisis but is struggling a little bit, that might be handled over the phone. Then there's most, and then there's officers, but we're interjecting one more step, hopefully, of co-responder before it takes people from patrol. But the focus is still the most minimally intrusive community service or whatever is needed to help the person. So what we should see as we continue to add is less police responding to these calls, unless there's a true safety concern that they need to be there to help.
Yeah. I would like just to flag it also for budget people to have some measure of how effective most is. I've seen that myself. It was just amazing
It is.
how well they handled a pretty difficult situation in my own neighborhood. So the second question is, we talked a little bit about crime statistics and shoplifting being, in the ascendance. And I've seen how, in Pentagon City this year, you had a low crime zone. And I don't know, was that effective? So you focus on one place that had one type of crime. And I don't know how this was managed to, was this effective? I mean, I understand that you were specifically targeting shoplifting during, it was in the summer.
Holiday shopping.
Yeah.
It wasn't just shoplifting, it was in and around the mall and the commercial area there. I think that, when our crime analysis folks and our staff constantly look for patterns and trends to make sure we react as early as we can to prevent it from continuing. What we're asking the engagement division to do is to create a program with no staff, but create a program, a retail theft program that's not just one spot. It's something that would move around, because a lot of the research is clear that, I don't have to be here every day. If I'm here periodically, people don't know when I'm here. So, and that's the best we can do right now with staffing. I mean, in a perfect world, I would create a retail theft team that did it full time. But it's not a perfect world, so we're trying to create something that's not focused on just one small area. It's going to be focused on retail across Arlington, but doing different things. And it's going to be something that we're going to have to fill through, when there's extra people working patrol, some from CED, maybe some overtime to do this. But when you see a 75% increase in theft, and we have incidents where, what started as a shoplifting ends in a situation where an officer has to use deadly force. I mean, we need to spend time here, and we're going to.
Because one thing that I remember when Deputy Chief Cassidy, I believe, oh no, I don't remember who reported to us on the SIFA MOU on diversion.
Chief Vincent.
Chief Vincent, exactly. So they reported that, and it was kind of surprising to me that the number of males and females that they conducted to the program was pretty much almost on par, which is unusual, right? Normally, are males more likely to be? And so later, when I looked up the information, it seemed to be shoplifting behind that. And in the good old times, this would be basically the officers taking the very young person to their family and having a very serious conversation, and that would be it.
It
right?
could be,
But
sure.
in this case, we have people who we have to process one way or the other, thankfully through the restorative and diversion path. So do we see a shift in the kind of the profile of people who are involved in this increase in property crime?
I think it's sort of all over the place.
It's all over the
I mean, I'm just answering from the hip there, but I think it's sort of all over the place.
Okay. So with that, yes, Mr. Spain?
Whenever you finish.
I am.
I just have one.
Yes.
I promised you that it's on the budget, okay? Chief, I appreciate what you said at the beginning of the conversation when you echoed and said that Arlington is safe. And I appreciate that because in my 16 years of being here, you often hear tales of we're unsafe, blah, 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 right? And I see that carjackings of that number has gone down a good bit. But I want to go to Clarendon nightlife detail overtime for a second at the tune of $321,000. And just ask you a question of whether or not, has there been an increase in incidents or demands from your staff to justify this overtime increase? Perhaps that's the case. Or is this just more of a precautionary measure? I just want to kind of understand a bit more about what's going on in Clarendon, given that we're adding $321,000 additional for overtime, because I think also the public needs to know.
I appreciate the question. I don't think it's just adding to add. When we added Sunday, we were very hesitant. We took a long time. We were hearing from our folks that Sunday's really getting a little bit out of control. The crowd's gotten much bigger. We had people go out, command staff members going out and evaluating it. I mean, the challenge in Clarendon is you have so many restaurants with nightlife in a small area that have thousands of people of capacity. And, if you don't have a significant enough police presence where the people know that the police are there, things can start to get out of hand. I mean, we got to a place 4 years ago or so where we were putting 20 officers in Clarendon and pulling the entire midnight shift there because the assaults on the police and, more significant incidents were occurring. And when we created the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, and started really partnering with the business owners and their security staff to have a common set of goals, objectives, and what we did complemented what they did and vice versa. That number's come way back down, but it's through a partnership. But the need is to try to manage the number of people effectively without losing control if something were to happen. I mean, fights, you have that many people together, fights happen. But if a fight isn't quickly subdued, it can escalate.
Yeah, I think my concern would be, and appreciate what y'all are doing in Clarendon, because I know the neighbors and the businesses have asked for your help, is when we take the whole of community approach, Clarendon now, and is that sustainable? What about other parts of Arlington, our corridors, as we continue to become more vibrant and businesses and thriving, what happens, right? And the demand that we're putting on our police department, or at least the ask, is that sustainable over a period of time? I know it's been a few years now, but something to give quick thought, on our end, as Arlington continues to thrive as well. Nope. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
I see Ms. Khan.
I apologize. I had one closeout that I forgot to say as well, which is a huge thank you, especially to our Community Oversight Board and to ACPD for working through the early growing pains of getting that off the ground. I know it's not been easy, but echoing all here, we do have an incredibly safe community, and we have our volunteers and our community members and our professional sworn officers and leadership team to thank for that, and just want to end on a big thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you. I should say many cities actually ask their businesses to contribute to the cost of having a safe environment. I think that this is, yes, we don't have this instrument at our disposal, but it's something to think very carefully about. We appreciate also the businesses who work with you, and they are more parts of ARI, but it's something safe places make for very good business, actually.
Thank you.
Well, I was just gonna say, I just appreciate
That's good.
No, I wasn't tasting for that, don't worry.
St. Patrick's Day is always my favorite.
Moving on after we stretch our legs a little bit. Well, it's Circuit Court and Judiciary. Yeah,
Good afternoon.
I believe I saw.
Good afternoon. I'm here, Judge Wheat, and I believe Judge DiMatteo is there, as well as Janella Hargrove.
Mr. Clerk, I couldn't discern.
That's Judge Weed.
Judge Wheat is online. Wheat.
Get her in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Are you ready for us?
Okay. I think we can move on. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us, and
Yes.
thank you for letting me appear remotely. I just arrived a little while ago at the Omni Homestead because I'm presenting a panel in about 30 minutes. So I'm going to try to make this really quick. If we could just perhaps flip through to the slide that has our budget highlights, because you all know kind of what we do in the programs that we run. So we are not asking for anything new this year. The changes to our budget really are just increases for merit increases, cost of living increases, sort of the overall budget increases for our staff. And the staff that the county provides to us really enables us to make sure that our courts run smoothly and efficiently, and that also that we collect the data that we need to collect and submit to the state in a fashion that ensures we maintain adequate staffing, both for the courts as well as our clerk's office, because all of our data is what they rely upon to make a determination as to how many positions the comp board will cover. And so that is really what a lot of what our staff focuses on. While we don't have a lot of things in our budget, we are very reliant on other departments and the budgets of other departments to help support the court system. And so I know that you all heard from the sheriff earlier. We were very appreciative to the board, to the manager, to the sheriff's office for getting the security staff in the front, the security contractors in the front of the courthouse. That has been a great assist. To everyone utilizing the courthouse as well as to the judges. I will tell you the contractors are terrific. They really do an incredible job. They're very professional. They move people through very quickly, but very safely. And it has, of course, allowed the sheriff's office to put staff, security staff in the courtrooms, which is where we really need them. And I don't have to emphasize the current environment where judges are being threatened on a pretty ongoing basis. And so for all of us to be able to have qualified deputies in our courtrooms who are being able to pay full-time attention to what's going on in the courtrooms is really very helpful to us. I will also say it has assisted quite a bit as we've been going through the renovation, and I know you all have heard about that from some of the other courts, but there's been a lot of work with staging people on lower floors of the courthouse and then taking them up to higher floors for their court hearings. And the sheriff's office has been able to have staff to do that because of the security contractors in the front of the courtroom. So we are very appreciative of that initiative. We're very supportive, of the sheriff and their staff and all of the professional support that they provide to us, and the importance to us to have deputies in the courtroom who are well-trained and do their jobs well. And we have that with our sheriff's office. I'm not going to go into issues with respect to the renovations of the courthouse unless there's specific questions, which I'll be happy to try to answer. Some of the issues that we are keeping an eye on are issues that will affect the courts as grant funding and other things potentially get cut from the federal government or by the state. Changes to DHS because they provide mental health specialists and other individuals who assist with bond diversion, other programs in the jail. If that funding gets cut, those are things that we're going to have to sit down and talk with you all about, because a lot of those programs are essential for us to be able to manage pretrial programs, for us to be able to find ways to have people who are on pretrial, for example, not incarcerated, and also to have adequate services, mental health services, for people who are being sentenced. So those are all things that we're keeping an eye on. And I'm sure as the year goes on, maybe having conversations with the manager and his staff about how we deal with some of those things. And then one other thing, and Mr. DeFerranti is aware of this, I've been working with Ms. Dagani Tafti with the community, the CCJB, to deal with situations when we have individuals who do not live in Arlington, do not need to be in jail. They've been sentenced, they're on probation, but their probation can't be transferred to another jurisdiction for 30 days or 45 days or however long it takes under the compact for them to be moved, but we really have no place for them to go. And keeping them in jail seems like an inadequate option. And so we've been working through the CCJB with Mr. DeFerranti to try to discuss options for maybe trying to find places, either more shelter beds or other options for folks, so that we're not in a position of either keeping them in jail or kind of putting them back out on the street where they're just going to likely get in more trouble before they can get connected with probation. Judge DiMatteo is there, and she can talk a little bit about Arlington Recovery Court and what's going on with Recovery Court. But those are sort of the highlights of the circuit court, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have. I just have a hard stop because I need to be speaking in about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge Weed. Thanks to rural internet in Virginia, we could hear you. So, any questions, colleagues? I see Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Just to thank you to Judge Wheat and to the judges. I'm a little bit of the bottleneck on trying to pin this concept and work this problem on, and I'm not sure that I'm not claiming that I've got answers. This is one of those that does keep me up at night. And so just a big thank you to you as well, Judge DiMatteo and Judge Wheat. Thanks.
I have just a short question. When we talk about transferring to another jurisdiction for probation, is that only Virginian jurisdictions or all kinds of jurisdictions?
Just out of state. No, so sure. Yeah. So in Arlington, the vast majority of the people that come in front of our court don't live in Virginia. We get a large percentage of individuals who live in the District of Columbia, a large percent of individuals who live in Maryland. There's a very complicated set of rules. It's a probation compact between the states that creates a series of rules that probation has to follow. So, for example, if someone lived in PG County, committed a crime in Arlington, and then was going to be supervised on probation, and they're going back to PG County, they can just be transferred. Their probation can just be transferred to PG County, and PG County would supervise them. But say they were living in the District of Columbia, they came into Arlington, they committed a crime, They now can't go back to the District of Columbia because the person they were going to live with lives in Section 8 housing, and they can't take in someone who has a felony conviction. So now that person has an aunt who lives in Montgomery County who says they can live with them. Well, that probation can't be transferred until this process under the compact happens and Montgomery County agrees to take them. That can take 45 to 60 days. That person has to stay in Arlington during that time to be supervised on probation, but if there's not a shelter bed available, they have no place to go. So then the issue becomes either they have to basically live on the street, which is not a good formula for getting somebody back on their feet, or in a lot of cases, they end up staying in the jail until that 45 to 60-day transfer process is completed for them to be able to go to the other residents. And so that's one of the issues that we've been working on, and sometimes the other jurisdiction doesn't take them, and then we have to try to find something else. And so we've had individuals who sometimes end up spending, 3, 4, 5 months in jail beyond what their sentence was while we're trying to figure out where they can go to be supervised on probation. So that's really the issue.
Thank you, understood. And I can see the Gordian knot. And that comes with gratitude to Vice Chair DeFerranti for diving deeper into this, and wishes for good luck. So what else, Mr. Spain and Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah, thank you for being with us. Maybe I get a bit educated here. You mentioned in the budget highlights, funding for recovery court staffing and some participant incentives. Can you talk a little bit about what those incentives may be? Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll ask Judge DiMatteo to answer that question.
Thank you, Judge Wheat. We incentivize people with all kinds of gift cards. Typically, that's the best way to do it because we can funnel it to like groceries or some food or gas, or we often give Metro cards to people so they can ride the bus, do that kind of thing. Also Target, that kind of thing. We try not to buy too many particular items unless we feel like it's a specific sort of thing, like a journal where we feel, or a book of some specific sort that's really helpful to that individual. We try to individualize as much as we can. We're also straddling this funny line where we can get some grant money from the state for incentives, but they've limited it to things like gift cards. So we try to use some of the county money for the more personalized things and maybe shift over some of that money if we can get it from the state. And they're also being very difficult, frankly, giving us the money, but that's a whole other problem. But yeah, we try to tailor it to the person so that we can, because that means more, right? The incentive means more if it makes more sense to that person. But it's typically things that will help them in their daily living. If they need the money, it's a little bit of a bump. And then, sometimes it's just coffee or whatever, but things like that.
Thank you.
Typically, or sports equipment. What else have we done? We've done backpacks and stuff like that.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Before we lose Judge Wheat to the presentation, recognizing you have a short period of time, I would love a little bit of debrief on how the renovation has gone, and we can kind of schedule some of that offline as well. But if there's anything you want to highlight here, I know it's always disruptive to get through a renovation, and anything that's still a pain point or anything you want to lift up for us here, or just tagging it for a different conversation.
Sure. Well, I think I'd love to sit down and talk with you, Ms. Cunningham, offline about the renovations. Overall, the difficulties that we have, and everybody knew that going into this, right, is it's an old building. Just dealing with some of those issues where what might work now, or one of the examples, for example, the jury box in courtroom 10B, where the whole idea was to have individual monitors for the jurors so they don't have to be looking at a large size monitor halfway across the courtroom, which for many of us with older eyes is really hard to see. We wanted to have monitors in the jury box, but just because of the spacing and the design of the courtroom and the flow in and out of the jail, ultimately what could be constructed was just too tight for the space for it to work. And so those are kinds of things that, those have just been some pain points that we've been working through. And that's why I think the idea of having the first courtroom on the 10th floor kind of be the let's try everything there, let's see everything that goes wrong so that we can avoid those same kind of mistakes in other courtrooms. We had the same issue because of the Americans with Disability Act and the lifts. Having a lift for someone in a wheelchair who is a witness, it's taken 2 years to get the lift because there's only like one manufacturer who makes it, and they're way behind. And so sort of sitting down and saying, is there another way to do that, to be able to address that issue that isn't going to put the project back, for all of that to be constructed. So those are some of the things that we've been dealing with. I know now they're actively working on the 4th floor. My understanding is that construction is moving forward. They have it cordoned off and tell us not to go down there, so I have not gone down there. But my understanding is that it is moving forward. So it's just a process. And then while all that's happening, we ended up having just renovated the 12th floor, and then we had a huge leak on the 13th floor because of a pipe that burst, and the county had to come back and address all of that. So, it's the growing pains of trying to fix an old building and upgrade it. But I must say county staff has been working really hard. And as we have improved the communication, Judge DiMatteo has been spearheading that project, but as we've improved the communication with Chambers, with the other judges, I think it's moving forward in a very positive fashion, and staff has worked really, really hard, and we really appreciate all the efforts that they've put in. Judge DiMatteo, anything you want to add?
No, I think that's right, and we're picking up with a new architect team to look at what we've learned from 10B, and we're moving into 10C next, and so we're having a really great, robust, iterative design process, which has been frankly super fun for me, but also very, very productive. Yeah.
Great. And then my other question is similar to what I've asked all the others. We're in a time of interesting and uncertain times with our federal judiciary, with our law enforcement partners, and just with the economics. And I wonder, how is that affecting you and those that you're serving every day? Does it make any change in things that you might need from us across this year?
I don't have an answer to that right now. The concerns are always that people will be afraid to come to court. The concerns are always that people will be afraid to report crimes. The concerns are, always that when we put things in place, they may, for individuals who have committed crimes where we're trying to do rehabilitative services or that kind of thing, they might not get into play because they'll be picked up as soon as they leave court. But it's really early in the process. And so we're just, we're doing our jobs and working as closely as we can with law enforcement and the sheriff's office, to make sure that people feel safe coming to the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Go make your speech.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for fitting us in. I'm sorry to have to run, but I appreciate it. And we're available if there are any other questions you want us to answer at any point in time. Please reach out, and I'd be happy to sit down with any one of you at any time.
Thank you indeed, Judge Wheat, and Judge DiMatteo as well, and everybody, your team. It doesn't happen very often for somebody to say, it's fun to be in a renovation. I mean,
there you go.
I wonder what we are not doing right there. So,
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't believe this concludes this part of the work session. You are always invited to add something if you feel strongly about something.
I was just going to say, actually, super thank you to the Department of Human Services, primarily for all of the incredible help they're giving the Recovery Court. Just to say it this way, we started Recovery Court with no money, and we started it with basically donated time by our staff. And I mean the DHS staff too. So there was a limited continuum of care. Now we are taking on the most serious cases of mental illness and co-occurring substance use disorder, and we have a full continuum of care. And it's really impressive. So I have to thank you for the money to do it through DHS, but DHS obviously saw the need and asked you to do it. And it's really creating amazing outcomes. So that's my bit for DHS anyway, thanks to them.
And I would extend the thanks also to the residents, to the people who are volunteering their time in the peer recovery project, which I believe is an absolute star among all
Super
this.
fantastic. And we have a wonderful peer recovery specialist who's working with us, Laura Tarantino. I'll just name her for this. She's been just delightful and amazingly helpful to our participants.
Yeah, to me personally, it has been one of the most revealing things to even approach how effective this has been for the people who receive these services.
You should come see us sometime.
Mr. Chairman, I have one extra question.
Sure.
Briefly. Just on that point, is there anything, we're in a time where people want to help each other. Is there anything that volunteer-wise or just community-wise, anything you'd like to invite the broader community to support you and the programs? It can be a take-home question too, but.
That might, I appreciate the offer, and you have the microphone to make it happen possibly. Let me think about how we can utilize volunteer services. That's always been something we attempted to do for years because we didn't have the budget, so in-kind offers of services like that would be welcome. We've gotten so much more professional assistance, it's a little less concerning. But let me think about that. I'll get back to you directly if I can think of anything.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So, very short break, and the next is the fire department, our fire department. Chiefs, we're here for you. And Thyssen.
By 4:45.
Yes. Yeah, the manager needs 2 minutes for a short and dismal message. So, Chiefs, thank you so much for joining today. We are sorry that we are running a little bit
Good
behind.
afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of the board, if we may, we'll do this presentation like we operate. We'll go fast. Okay. I'd like to introduce to our far left, Operational Medical Director, Dr. Smith. To my left, our Fiscal Officer, Megan Carney, and to my right, Assistant Chief, Jason Jenkins. Next slide, please. This displays our mission. We are committed to serving you with the same compassion, professionalism, and accountability we expect of ourselves. We do that through professionalism, integrity, leadership, inclusivity, pride, and transparency. And we want to be the innovative, focused public safety organization with a resilient and inclusive culture. We have some of the best dedicated first responders I've seen. Day in, day out, they put that extra effort in. We have a professional support staff that allows them to do that. For every one hero first responder, there's a team of 50 behind the scenes that provides some excellent and outstanding support. We do an incredible amount of work for how we are staffed and who we are, but that requires everybody doing double and extra, and that's just on the core missions. You're going to hear kind of at the start and middle and the end of this, from structurally, we are strained. We have a lot of work and we just have not enough people to do it, which brings a lot of stress in terms of overtime, mandatory holds, hold by positions, and we'll detail that and talk about some solutions. Department overview. We respond to approximately 33,000 incidents a year. We will try to find alternatives for those in need to call 911. We're going to offer different ways in terms of prevention, fire, and also medical prevention, and also alternative ways to respond to see if we can reduce the load on the emergency communication system and also the emergency rooms. We're trying to reach the community through education and community-based programs to reduce risk. We'll profile some of the work from our fire marshal's office. We're focused on responder wellness. As we see in all of the public safety agencies, this takes a toll. It takes a toll on our bodies, our minds, and our spirits. So trying to find innovative ways to meet whatever the need is in terms of personal, family, crew, or departmental needs in terms of mental or behavioral health, that's a wise investment. We're going to continue to see if we can find good workable solutions. Always using intelligence data and trying to get the best information to see what's going to happen next in terms of threats emerging in the community or also needs in the community. And that is paying off here in terms of our accreditation process, and we'll be talking about that towards the end of the presentation. And we as Arlington Public Safety lead in a regional basis to make sure we are operationally coordinated and we share good practices, information, and awareness. So for this next slide, please, our fiscal year 26 budget highlights, recruitment and retention. We're trying to catch up. We have a stressed and strained workforce, and we're trying to do everything we can and asking your help and support to see if we can return to normal staffing levels. We're trying to bring in 2 recruit schools in FY26 because we have approximately 35 full-time employee vacancies as we speak, but we're probably 65 functional vacancies, and that's definitely impacting our services and how we support the department. We're proud to say we have a lateral hiring process. Thank you for the allocation in FY25. Last night, we are hiring we have 3 lateral hires. We made the offers last night, and that's new for us and also kind of new for the fire department. Lateral process is kind of well ingrained in the law enforcement community. It's new for this region, but now it's a new day. Now there's going to be a lot of competition. Now they're going to be trying to pull everyone in quickly in a lateral hiring process. We're trying to be on the front side of it. We have a target of about 10 lateral hires this year, and we're at 3, so we're going to continue with that, but there is a lot of growing interest. Joint labor agreement. We are working in conjunction with and through the first collective bargaining agreement in partnership with IAFF Local 2800. We continually meet with the executive board, and we're doing what we can, hearing their needs to see if we can get the right compensation benefits, policy procedures, and safe working conditions for everyone in the fire department. And Dr. Smith will talk on a future slide about our EMS mobile integrated health. Dr. Smith, been here for a long time, cutting edge. He is doing everything he can to provide the best level of care. He brings our providers to a level of practice, which is the envy of the region, and also provides alternative ways over the last several years, 3 years of the ET3, telehealth, alternative transport and treatment in place, and evolving it into mobile integrated health, which is going to serve the community well. We are also engaging actively in renegotiating the Falls Church agreement. We provide personnel. They provide some of the cost sharing for this personnel. They provide the facility, and we also cost share and provide the fleet and maintain the same. So it's usually a 10-year agreement. We are actively talking with the city manager, Mr. Shields, and his staff right now. And accreditation, you'll hear more about accreditation from Chief Jenkins towards the end. It's a quite comprehensive process, all focused on quality, and it's a good fit for Arlington County Fire Department. Next slide, please. On equity, you'll hear more about how we need to deploy our facilities, our fleet, and also our personnel with the standard of cover, and Chief Jenkins will talk about that in a moment. And same thing with the additional equitable options, care options for citizens in terms of mobile integrated health, coming to the patients, providing higher quality care providers and giving them some options instead of the standard model of emergency, call 911, we arrive, treat, transport, and go to the hospital and repeat the process. These are some really good alternatives that will serve the community. Community risk reduction, a couple programs that we are very proud of. Hands to Heart, CPR, and getting that into the community. During this, over the last maybe 2 months, we spent 2 days teaching 1,000 Yorktown High School students and staff how to perform CPR and also to use automated external defibrillators. Complementary, the Pulse Point program. This helps the Emergency Communications Center when a 911 caller we have, or they can register where their AEDs are in the community, and we can give them pre-arrival instructions. Go to that AED. Please use it with a provided professional set of instructions to get that quick cardiac intervention. There's some really good outcomes with that. Until help arrives in partnership with a public safety team, helping Arlingtonians help themselves before we all arrive, and see if there's anything we can do in terms of stopping the bleed and some of the critical care that can help trauma patients to help themselves, and we have better outcomes from that after we arrive also. And I would like to provide a note to the Arlington County Police Department. Their use of tactical emergency medicine, we co-respond, but sometimes they are there first. They provide some of the critical life-saving care. They're trained, they're equipped under Dr. Smith's medical direction, and we have had some amazing patient outcomes because of that. And Community Connect, having Arlingtonians, the ability for them to, in a secure application-based method or channel, get the information into an application used by Emergency Communications Center and all first responders. If someone wants to make notes, I have pets in the house, or I have solar panels on my roof, or I have something that would help us kind of coordinate action plans before we arrive. It's self-serve, it's secure, and we encourage that, and it's more and more, it's being utilized more and more, so that's very encouraging. Next slide, please, and I will, outcomes and measures. We have some performance measures which we're realigning with our accreditation effort. You'll notice on the bottom line, the 20% in terms of trying to have the first arriving unit within 4 minutes. That's low. We are kind of recalibrating everything we do in terms of performance measures. We want to get that number up, and we will. We're transferring this to a 90th fractile. We want to be there 90% of the time within 4 minutes, and we're kind of adjusting how we account and how we operate and how we operationalize some of these variables. So I say give us a few more weeks or some months. We'll be able to report back, and this number maybe changes a little bit as we're improving some of our data tracking. But our goal is to get there fast, get there quick, get there safe. That's the number one driver. Okay, I'll ask Megan to cover some of our proposed budget changes.
All right, so for FY26, we do have an increase in our budget, and we're very grateful for that. It is primarily in our personnel budget. We got the $3 million to help us decompress, and that comes out to be about an average of 10.9% for the employees that are impacted. Also in there is $2 million to run a second recruit school. This includes non-personnel and mostly personnel expenses that will help us get back to fully staffing and hopefully improve our response time, improve our department, and also reduce that overtime budget. We also were given 2 new FTEs. The pharmacy manager came on. We got that in one-time funding this summer. That was to help with an unfunded mandate from the state that we provide our own EMS pharmacy. So we do have that person is onboarded, and our pharmacy is, I believe, up and running. We also got another fire marshal position that we'll be training and hiring for, and that is to cover what others have discussed in the restaurant district or the Clarendon nightlife. Our revenue increases is also expected to increase. This is driven by ambulance billing, natural increases in transports, as well as fee changes that you'll see in a future slide, and increases projected for the renegotiation of the Falls Church City MOU.
Thank you, Megan. Next slide, please. For some proposed pay increases to help the fire and bargaining unit become more internally and also externally comparative, and also pay equity. County manager appreciate the support in proposing an increase in $3 million to get people appropriately placed on our wage scale. So prior or just before the implementation of the contract, moving from open range to step and grade, that created some compression issues. Now now's the time to decompress. With that is a huge investment, and there's a huge retention mechanism to get people where they are comparatively paid equitably in terms of other departments in the region. This will bring some increases, or on average around 10.9 or 11%, and that is a huge retention tool. So what the executive leadership of Local 2800 has been advocating for, the county manager is bringing this forward about 1 year, because we are in the second of a 3-year contract, and we're going to start negotiating a successor agreement this spring. So this was a huge benefit. and some additional benefits in FY25. There was also a $2,750 retention bonus that was approved by the board. Thank you very much. And that goes back to keeping some of our highly trained, dedicated personnel in the department in a highly, highly competitive region. So these investments also help to attract, in terms of our lateral hires and some of our just regular recruitment efforts, to bring in, to return to a good competitive posture within the region as we enter the next contract negotiations. Next slide, please. Budget reductions. So approximately 100K budget reduction in terms of training. We have a plan to maybe distribute this through a lot of areas in the department. We're still kind of trying to assess that. We constantly have to train, but this will not compromise any of our critical, mission-critical training or certification or recertification-based training. We're going to try to adjust some of the niceties, but focus on core mission in terms of special operations training, medical recertification, and also just skills upkeep. We train almost every single shift, every single day in some form or fashion. We have to maintain that for safety and accountability. Next slide, please. Office of the Fire Marshal, trying to reduce the risk in the community. One of the proposals is a full-time employee to help with the restaurant district support or the Arlington Restaurant Initiative. We are doing that now. We started to spin that up, focusing on making sure we have life safety and code compliance in the high commercial areas in the county, and trying to extend that, and also working in conjunction with the police department to see what we can do on the preventative side. Yes, we're going to have to inspect these occupancies when nightlife is occurring, but seeing if we can get some relationships so there is some understanding on occupancy limits, fire safety, and just make sure everyone can enjoy themselves safely. Fire prevention code fee update, trying to adopt this sounds a little off, trying to adopt the 2021 Virginia State Fire Code. That's the most modern code, even though it sounds like it's 3 years late. It just takes a long time for code adoption. So that's in front of the board shortly. Thank you very much. And that does provide a little bit of additional revenue, trying to bring that up with some of the additional inspection and enforcement activities. And community safety improvements. Trying to get, because of re-engineering the business process and the complementary information systems, our fire inspectors are able to get out in the community more and increase the inspections, which brings down the risk of fires, or it also adds and assists fire containment through the appropriate inspection of fire protection systems in buildings. So they're getting out there more, they're bringing that risk down. Hopefully we see a trend of constant fire incidents declining. We're kind of seeing that now. Hopefully we can drive that down further through prevention, enforcement, and inspection. Next slide, please. And Megan.
As I mentioned earlier, we are proposing that we increase our ambulance transport fees. These fees were last increased in FY23, and before that it was FY17. So it's been a few years. Many in the region are also increasing their fees as well. So we are proposing to increase them. As you see on the board, I would like to point out that the transport fees above the line, those are the ones that we charge to everyone that go from insurance to eventual payer if it's not paid. The non-transport fees, and these are the ones that Dr. Smith will talk about a little bit more when he speaks, those are never charged to the individual person. Those are charged to the insurance companies, and then then we get what the insurance companies pays, and that's the end of the billing process. Medicaid, Medicare, and TRICARE patients, they pay what those insurance companies provide us, and then again, the billing stops at that point.
Thank you, Megan. Next slide, please. The graphic on the left indicates unit responses. So we are turning wheels or responding to incidents in increasing fashion over the last 5 years coming off the pandemic. We just have more calls for service. We've increased to approximately 33,500 calls in calendar year 23, and we just reduced that a little bit for 33,000 in calendar year 24. In calendar year 25, fiscal year 25, we're on track to be kind of at that same level. So everything correlates to population density. More activity, more people in Arlington is the more incidents. And the middle graphic is the majority of our calls are emergency medical services. with fire coming in probably the next proportion. Good intent call could be both fire or EMS. We get there and they're, after assessment or size up, there won't be a need for servants, and then we just move on. The left graphic is our busier stations, and this corresponds to the Boston-Roslyn corridor, the Pentagon and Crystal Cities and the National Landing area, Columbia Pike, certain sections of Langston Boulevard, and also the city of Falls Church. And Chief Jenkins will talk about that in a moment with with the accreditation study. Next slide, please. And this is a heat map of some of the incident density or incident responses that I just talked about. And also, this goes with some of the larger incidents we've responded in during this FY24 and into FY25. Weather incidents, they're occurring a little bit more with more severity, and whenever there is a weather event, whatever is storm-based, if it's kind of a summer, spring storm, if a normal busy day of calls is 100 calls per shift, we go into the 150 to 175. If we have, and we were kind of out of practice, but we performed very, very well through the recent snowstorms, day one, everybody stays inside. That's great. Day two, day three, day four, day five, with the ice and compact snow, it becomes extremely hazardous for us when we're trying to move patients to areas that may be not plowed, or that's where we start injuring ourselves, and we have to make sure we care. We went through these storms through the dedication, hard work, and safety focus with minimal injuries and damage. I was amazed. I was expecting lots and lots of poor outcomes, but without having a lot of snow, everyone really, really stepped up, and they provided good, safe service, taking care of each other and also those who requested need and service. I want to note the Vermont severe weather storm, and also the flooding in Vermont, and also Hurricane Helene. A water rescue team is part of a Virginia water rescue group that they responded to those incidents, spent multiple days in some very dangerous conditions, and made a lot of live rescues. So we are extremely busy whenever the severe weather occurs. Next slide, I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith, and he'll detail some of our EMS updates.
Mic does work. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this program, and I first want to say thank you to the board for funding this program last year. Although mobile integrated health is not unique to this region, in true Arlingtonian fashion, we've taken a program and made it much better than everyone else's. Our mobile integrated health provider has started, and what this program is, if you're not familiar with it, it's the ability to answer the 911 health call in a different fashion, and not in a binary fashion of sign a refusal or get in the back and go to the hospital. When you go to the hospital, the average cost when you walk in the door without ever being seen by a doctor is about $1,000, and they aggressively bill across the board. Not to mention what's going on now. People are afraid to go to the hospital, and so we have a population in Arlington that are underserved, both medically and then they don't know how to access resources. So this program allows us to kind of address three things. Number one, we can address our frequent users. So we have a segment of our population that are high utilizers of the 911 medical services. We're able to go in and form relationships with them with this is not just a paramedic at the paramedic level, paramedic clinician level, it's really at a higher prescriber level. So he can go in and really connect these people, get to know them, and help connect them to the resources in the community that go beyond just go to the hospital and see what the hospital can do for you. We allow low acuity calls, so urgent care calls that would be charged $1,000, $2,000 instead of just going to a local urgent care. He can go in and help people resolve that problem. And then a big part of it is this underserved and elderly community that don't know how to get resources. We can predict that they're going to become utilizers of 911 by looking at the fact that they don't have the right resources. We are now able to go in, he's able to connect them, get personal relationships, and be able to get them where they need Meals on Wheels, medication assistance, all these things. He's done in 2 months, and really he's only been up and running really for about 2 months. He's done almost 100 calls. He's taking calls off the fire department's plate because he's going in, they're not using the ambulance services. And again, when he goes in, we bill insurance. If they don't have insurance, or if the insurance refuses, there's no bill to them. So, whereas if they went to the hospital, that would not be the case. So, again, I thank you. This is a really great program. We're very excited about it. I think it's going to have a big impact on the community.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'll turn it over to Chief Jenkins, and he'll give a multi-slide update on our accreditation process.
Good afternoon. Thank you. On the accreditation process, we began this journey in the fall of 2023. We invited the community in, seeking their input, their thoughts on what they feel is most important for the fire department. In bringing the community in, leveraging some technical advisors, the men and women of this fire department put together the very first strategic plan, the first community-driven strategic plan for this department. We published it in early 2024, followed shortly after by the men and women coming together to start work on the first community risk assessment that would inform our standards of cover. Historically, we have fire stations with resources and people on those resources to deliver the services. This process evaluates all facets of this community, from population density to call volumes to call types, socioeconomic status, and so on. And through that, we build a standards of cover. We put the right resources in the right places with the right number of personnel to mitigate the incidents. That community risk assessment and standards of cover, I'm happy to report, will be published within the next few weeks. We, again, the men and women of this fire department came together to build this. It took a year of hard work, and without the assistance of PSIT, there is absolutely no way we would have been able to pull this off. We are now in the midst, so again, completed 2 pillars. We're working on our 3rd pillar, which is the self-assessment component of the accreditation process. This is the heavy one, and if you remember previously, we've described the 11 categories, the 250 plus performance indicators that we have to write to. And the important piece of this is we're not creating benchmarks. We're leveraging benchmarks, national benchmarks, NFPA standards, and that's how we're measuring ourselves, against national standards. And previously, as well as moving forward into some slides, whether it's call processing times that we rely on our PSAP to perform, NFPA 1710, and how we deploy our resources and our response times, both turnout as well as response times, all of those are benchmarks codified under standards of cover. We will work months, if not the next year, on working through our self-assessment manual to determine opportunities that exist to improve, as well as gaps. And we may indeed find gaps that prevent us from becoming accredited, but that process will take at least another year. Fast forward at the point of completing our 3rd pillar, the self-assessment, if we reach a point where a peer team can come in and evaluate what we've done, do we do what we say we do? Do we perform as well as we say we perform? It's only at that point that we may be recommended to go before an accreditation board, which only occurs twice a year. But we will have to either go to Florida or Illinois for that board, but I would picture that at least a year to 18 months from now. Next slide, the standards of cover, touched on it. You can see the pictures, heat maps. When you see our published version of the standards of cover, it's nearly 300 pages, so this is comprehensive. Again, this looks at all facets of this county and a variety of heat maps, a variety of data, and again, who we are benchmarked against. Again, shout out to PSIT for all the work and assistance they provided us, but I don't think at quick glance anything on these 3 particular pictures within the slide will shock you with where the density is, where the call volume is for really any part of the day. Next slide. This is the slide that I would anticipate you taking a second to pause and absorb. There's a lot of information on this slide. And to look at unit hour utilization, in the most simplest of terms, the time that a resource is committed to a particular incident as compared to the entire shift, the work shift, that's a 24-hour shift. And when you look at unit hour utilization, I would zero in on system stress for a moment. 25% indicates system stress. If you then look to your far right and you see a few lines highlighted, you will see that many of our transport units, the men and women of this department are stressed. The system is stressed, and that's looking at a 2023, calendar year 2023 percentage. And when you look at the trend line, that trend line is increasing about 1% a year. So what we would anticipate seeing when we evaluate 24 and 25, based on call volume increasing by thousands, I would anticipate several of those resources hitting the point of evaluation range. What does that mean? We need more resources today. We can already anticipate what those percentages will be over the next calendar year. That's just at a quick glance. And when you look at the slide, focus in the center, the unit hour utilization for those transport units are reflected in a bar. When you look at the bar over the 3 years, you'll see that all of them are increasing. Those are the transport units that are covering this county every day. So I'll leave it with the men and women of this department are stressed.
Thank you, Chief Jenkins. Thank you. I would like to commend Chief Jenkins for his leading this accreditation effort along with our accreditation manager, Captain Nate Heiner. And we have about an accreditation team, 30, 40 strong, that have been working on this pretty continuously. And Chief Jenkins also noted the help from PSIT, indispensable. So some of the recommendations coming from the standard of cover, and we'll probably be asking this in either the capital or capital improvement program times of the budget process. So trying to reduce the unit hour utilization, as Chief Jenkins said, stressed by adding additional transport units. That kind of spreads out the load, the increased response load, and also reduces response time and also increases availability. Trying to accelerate the station on the west end of Columbia Pike, our new Station 7, which is in the CIP later in this decade, I think in FY 29, 30, and 31, 32, and see if we can bring that forward, because that is an area of the county, the standard of cover kind of determined, which is outside our 4-minute travel time. So trying to bring that station online would definitely help out the system. There's some technology, traffic preemption devices can accelerate or clear the pathway for units. If that's complementary with public transit, that can help emergency services and public transit. There's some technologies that are now GIS-based instead of our optical-based systems we have our units, and putting that through the county would definitely probably help first responder flow. And as we said, we're constantly looking at our benchmarking, evaluating the system, and making sure we can deliver on what we state we're going to do and where we're going to do it and how we're going to do it. And then also taking a look at maybe an 11th fire station, studying that towards the east end of Columbia Pike for the increase in call volume in the Pentagon, Crystal City, and National Landing areas. Next slide. I'm going to try to close on recruitment and retention. Kind of covered that throughout the program. But where we are, as we said, we are stressed with increasing volume and what we found in the standard of cover and the lack of responders to do this based on our vacancies. We have been working an unbelievable amount of mandatory overtime, and that's stressing people, that's stressing their body, their spirit, their mind, and also their families. And that's bringing us to a point of we have to do some things differently and make some significant changes. It's wearing on us. So from fiscal year 22, This is just mandatory hold hours. We had about 8,000 mandatory holds in fiscal year '22. We had an increase to about 9,700 in fiscal year '23. That's an increase in 18%. And in FY '24, 13,000 for an increase of 24% year over year. That's growing, and that's becoming a huge wear and burden on us. To keep units in service, we have some dedicated, caring responders who sometimes voluntarily, even though they don't want to, they voluntarily work 60 hours straight, sometimes 72. We only allow that if they can safely do it and if they have capacity to do that, but that's not sustainable. That's inhuman. But they step up, they do it day in, day out, shift in, shift out. They're here for each other, and that is the core fabric of the department. So we're trying to minimize holdovers, and that goes back to the request in this budget year, which is trying to return us to full staffing. As you can see, the color bars are attrition, and it's been building over year, over year, over year. And the bar to the right is our recruit classes. It just hasn't kept pace. So increasing the compensation to make sure we are competitive, and that also retains people, but also bringing in another recruit class. We're going to graduate our recruit class, our 84th recruit class in mid-July, and the budget request is to fund another recruit class starting in August to see if we can return close to our authorized staffing. That's at a cost of about $2 million. That we are optimistic with coupling that with some lateral hires, and we're going to continue that program and also see if we can make that more competitive. We're hoping we can come closer to authorized staffing towards the end of the year and maybe get there in calendar year FY '26, '27. Next slide, kind of a summary. I'll kind of close out. We have an outstanding public safety team. We all cooperate with each other. Every responder, patrol officer, emergency communicator, we seem to be on a first name basis, and it just kind of goes throughout the entire rank structure. We are integrated, we are connected, and we complement each other very, very well. But one of the things that binds us, and I would like to provide support to the Department of Technology Service and also Public Safety IT. They provide a lot of the tools and the infrastructures so we can do our jobs much, much safer, and it serves the community well. So all of the emergency communicators, all of the emergency managers, patrol officers, sheriff, firefighters, first responders, and the specialists in our technical or information technologies, everyone is in for the public safety cause. And with that, glad to answer any questions, and thank you very much for your time. I hope we were able to gain some back.
Thank you, Chief. Chiefs, actually.
Yes.
Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I'll start with a question for Dr. Smith, actually, on the medical side. You know, you mentioned that there's some people who become known as like a high user of services. Is there a threshold or a determination that happens that, you know, is it 5 calls, or is it just the type of service where you can tell that they're going to call again? Or how do you get people into that pool?
So the pool is, it's based off number of calls in a certain period of time, like within 4 weeks or 6 weeks if we're seeing multiple calls. And we actually have a running list that we follow. We have a group that we meet once a month called our frequent user group or high utilization group. And it involves, it's a whole of community approach. So it involves the hospital, it involves police, it involves, you know, any of our partners that we could bring to bear on somebody. A lot of time with these people, the driver for frequent utilization is either a lack of resources, sometimes mental health resources are needed, you know, substance abuse. And so we try to identify with that group what is the problem, and then address that specifically across the board in the community, across the board with all of the county's resources. So the answer to your question is there's a threshold number. We have a running list, and then the ones, you know, there's some at the top, and we can only really handle a review about 2 or 3 a month because it takes a long time to review them. So it's this constant ongoing process. But in the years that we've been doing this, I think we've been doing this for about 10 years, there's been probably 40 or 50 people that we've been able to get resources to no longer call us. They have what they need. Yeah. So it's a good program.
I was gonna say, it seems great, and like it's taking people out of the emergency system, which, you know, things that are predictable shouldn't be going through emergency systems. So I think it's great. My other questions are all on personnel and staff and recruitment. I just want to clarify, because I think it looks like 40 vacancies, 18 in recruit school currently, and then 6 known retirements would bring us to about 28 people, or 28 vacancies. But then I guess where do the lateral hires fit in there? And like, where do you kind of predict the stasis ending up at the end of this fiscal year?
So there's also another layer that kind of adds to our functional vacancies. We have about 22 people that are on light or limited duty because they're injured. And then we have a lot of other training functions, courses we have to take. Pat America School just graduated. We have a recruit class in. We have to disperse a lot of people for these critical functions to bring people in the department. So in terms of full-time employee vacancies, we anticipate approximately 10 over the next, say, several weeks. So we're going to gain 3 from the lateral hires, and also we have 2 reentries, firefighters who left that are coming back. So that's 5, but we know we have about 10, which may move either through regular retirement, service-connected discipline. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We're trying to just see if we can level up.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the lateral hires, how long does it take them to get on the ground and active? Because, it's great that you're fire and EMS in a different locality, but we need them to make sure they know our processes and protocols and get acclimated. So is it a full academy or is it abbreviated? What does that process look like?
Very good question. The full academy is traditionally 22, 24, 26 weeks. When other departments bring in lateral hires, they do an abbreviated academy, say about 10 weeks. We're going to take a different approach. We're going to evaluate their skills, bring them down to our academy, and do more of a prescriptive approach. If they are ready to go, if someone came from another Northern Virginia jurisdiction, we can get them through in about 4 weeks. If they're coming across the country, it may take a little bit longer. It's going to be skills and competency based. We're not cutting corners. We're not pencil whipping anyone. We're going to make sure they are solid before we get out into the field. So it'll be variable, but it'll be quicker.
But really evaluating their specific situation. Okay, great. And then last question, how are we doing in terms of gender equity in recruiting? I know public safety in all facets is a very male-heavy field, and firefighting in particular definitely has that reputation. So how have we been doing, and what are the barriers that you see when it comes to bringing new people in to our fire department?
The labor market is changing in the whole entire region, also in the nation. I'll get you the numbers, our equity numbers throughout the whole department, and also our recruit classes. It varies. Last recruit class, about 2 classes ago, it was low. The sitting recruit class, I'm going to say it's a little higher. In our recruitment process, I'll see if we can attain those numbers, but it looks more promising. All of the region fire departments are seeing increase in numbers on recruitment contacts, so we're hoping that kind of brings more. But we're certainly trying to focus in areas to make sure we get a good representative candidate pool.
Great.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that question. I certainly, there's both gender equity and racial diversity are components if you look at the history of the New York Fire Department, and I think we have to keep an eye and keep focusing on that to be reflective. So a couple of thoughts, just big picture. I don't know that I have too many questions. Dr. Smith, I agree, it's a great program, and I appreciate the accreditation work. I imagine and know it's a bunch. Nearly all those recommendations I'm aligned. There's detail in them that I don't know, so I don't want to say I agree with items where I don't know all the detail. But 2 big picture thoughts. 10.9% increase is, in the midst of collective bargaining, is an investment. That is the big picture, I believe. And the $2 million one-time is also the big picture. Those are meant to address the many who are holding over, and we've heard much about that. Reasonable, of course. The big picture of trying to put our values to address those concerns without being perfect. I've heard again and again from firefighters, of course, that the 10.9% is not what might be hoped for, but it is a significant investment, and 3 times what some other employees. Now, public safety is a priority, so I think it's worth saying out loud that that is a big picture. 10.9% and the 2 million is very significant. And I'm grateful for your leadership and your relentlessness. I'll just say that, because I think it needs to be said. Easy, I've discovered, to criticize county board members, less easy to say that they're doing a good job. And I'm not managing 200 or 300 people, so grateful for that. I think last, I'll just say, I'll try to bring into the light a little bit what multiple board members have led on, and I have felt it most appropriate to invest in the budget in our fire department and our firefighters, and to sit with preferably another colleague, but I'll go on my own, and we've talked about this privately, but after we address the budget, I believe is the most optimal time to sit with representatives of the chief and the manager and listen, because I think people need to be heard, and this is a way for us to just sit and listen. And so that's the investment. Other board members have led or have already gone. I have felt it most appropriate going forward to do those once the budget is adopted, because I do believe we should invest here, but the time that we have to sit at fire stations, appropriately constructive conversations, but to hear the realities, that is the next thing that occupies my mind in May, June, July, August, September. Hopefully it will be less time than that, but I'll just say that out loud. I think that's important to do for our community to know, and I know you already know, and I know the manager and colleagues already know, but I just thought I would say, we hear you and we want to hear you in a longer conversation where I can listen and not just have a short few minutes, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we're at your convenience. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Great, I'll jump on that because we were working all spring to try to, or all winter to try to schedule some visits and managed to get a couple in this Monday, and I think that will continue on. So a big shout out to your team and Station 6 and 8 who welcomed me with my crazy questions this week. One that came up in those visits, and I haven't had a chance to share with you, but I think some overall concerns about some pay stub errors that have happened recently. So I wondered, what do you need potentially from us or from central HR to help ensure that those errors are fully understood and audited rather than having them be firefighters on their 70th hour of the week?
Yes, we have got to get this paid for all the work, the extra work they do. It has to be 100% correct 100% of the time. We had some errors that occurred over the spring and from the winter into the spring. We are working with HR, doing the triple checking, doing everything we possibly can to make those corrections within the system and get these accurate paychecks.
And do you have the resources you need, or might there be a third-party consulting resource or other to just help knock that out so families and our frontline folks don't need to worry about it and know it's been done?
We're connecting with the HR director, Marcy Foster, to see what is or what can be helpful on that front.
Okay.
We want to make sure everyone has confidence in their paychecks, understands their paychecks, and it's 100% right. So that issue and those complaints are well heard and well understood. Well, we're
Great.
working through it.
And so, Mr. Manager, just to flag for you, if we need a small one-time budget to make sure that happens, I think it'd be worthwhile.
I think, there have been some challenges with the Oracle implementation on the HR side, and I know Marcy will be here next week.
Yeah.
So you
It'll
can
be
have
fixed by then.
Well, or she'll get another question on it.
Okay, sounds good. I just wanted to lift that one up first and foremost because it seems fixable and doable in a very short time. Secondly, same question I've asked everyone is it's a crazy time in terms of federal and state and local budgets and changes and uncertainties. And I wondered if you could lift up for us both in response and sort of meeting the fears and concerns of the neighbor of our residents, and also in terms of coverage with Fairfax's budget potentially being impacting their coverage. Could you share a little bit about how you're experiencing it so far, what community members should do, and what we should be aware of?
We're hearing the concerns from the communities and also within the region, and we're trying to adjust some of our current programs, and I'll ask Dr. Smith to elaborate on that. We are changing. We had a good program in kind of born in the pandemic, a little bit before, Make the Right Call, which would inform residents based on their symptoms. This is good for 911, appropriate for 911. This is maybe something you can do self-care or alternative medical facility. And we're just going to update that and affirm that our interactions, we maintain our privacy standards and we have just the focus on providing the best medical care.
As medical professionals, the Arlington County Fire Department in medical care of patients, we concentrate on only what is medically appropriate to the current condition. So, what kind of car you drive doesn't matter to us, right? It's about what is going on with you medically. And there's things that are, in the community we are not concerned with when it's just around what's going on with you medically. We don't ask any other questions around that, and we don't collect any information other than what's going on with you medically.
Great, so specifically immigration status is irrelevant. If you need help, you should call, and we will be there, and we will help you, and
100% has nothing to do with your medical care.
Okay, great. And then in terms of Fairfax County, I think I'd heard Colmore area station might get understaffed or less staffed, and that's aligned with our west end of Columbia Pike. Any input there, any interim efforts we might need to do?
We're very connected with Fairfax and we are very coordinated. We're watching their budget process. They're watching ours, we're watching Alexander's. We're all watching
Ours is the best, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Through COG committees and also NVERS committees, we try to make sure we provide the right flow of resources through the systems, through the things that we have funded over many, many years to get the most appropriate resource and to the quickest fashion to the jurisdictions. We understand each jurisdiction has to take care of their own and maybe make them some of their adjustments. We're just trying to stay coordinated, that constantly evaluating it to make sure we have enough resources to protect Arlington, but also help out our neighbors. So it's a balance and things are changing. We're going to make probably some adaptations to that end soon.
Great. And then two last questions on staffing. The accreditation effort seems really worthwhile, and yet I think I heard you say 30 to 40 people are involved in it, and it sounds like those are tired people. Do we have any ability to stretch out that timeline to lighten the load on staff, or is it actually going through it faster is going to get us to better results, and that's a better thing for staffing long term?
The original timeline for the self-assessment manual, which is the third pillar, was to be completed by June of this year.
So we have stretched it.
It's unrealistic. There are certain facets that we absolutely do not have, and without achieving them, we will not be accredited. Certain performance indicators need to be written to that we are not prepared to write to. Bottom line is that that timeline will be stretched for at least another calendar year.
Is there a potential we should just pause for a little bit? And I'm sure you guys have had this conversation. We can have it later, but I think it is unusual times and there are unusual stresses. The numbers here are really quite compelling, both on the response time needs and on the stress on our staff. So I guess as one board member, I would be open to that, even though I'm excited about accreditation. Sometimes you have to take a pause. And then finally, I think everyone who has read the budget, the 10.9% sort of jumps off the page as in a really difficult year. And I wonder if you could say a little bit more about how that 10.9% is playing catch up on things that couldn't have been done because of the previous agreement, and sort of how it pegs to inflationary and merit adjustments and step adjustments across the last couple of years.
Yeah, the biggest thing it solves is a lot of the leapfrogging and compression as we moved from open range to step and grade, and that spread out is better comparable to all the surrounding departments. So we're able to cover more ground in a little bit of time, still have some more work to do, but it did build up over several years. But this was a huge investment, and we're appreciative of the manager and also your consideration of bringing this forward.
If I could, and I'm going to ask the chief to speak to this a little bit. With this investment and the decompression of the pay line, can you talk to the board a little bit about how that may assist you with lateral recruitment? There's no guarantee,
yes,
but it removes one of the impediments.
Yes, our current starting entry salary is $60,000. With this decompression plan, that'll increase to $68,000. And if we have everyone where they should be on an appropriate step for years of service, then we can look at other incentives and see if we can bring people in. It's a negotiable subject, but bring people in at some kind of additional step with equivalent to their experience. This is what police do today. We are trying to use their model, but it's new for us. So we're trying to see what we can do to make it more attractive. We know some of our Northern Virginia partners are doing this and making it more competitive to bring laterals in. We want to see if we can get above that and see if we can get the benefit. At some point in time, in 1 or 2 years, everyone's going to kind of level up, and it's just going to be more homogeneous through the region. We want to be on the front side of it to see if we can bring in and attract.
Great. And so in summary, I think that 10.9% is being used to, it's an average number, but it's being applied not in an average way, right? So there are some positions where we just haven't been able to hire or retain because we've got weird compression things. But then there's the everyday, average person may be getting much closer to basic cost of living. Is anyone below 3%, which is what we are seeing, kind of trying to do across the board?
There will be below 3% on this initial placement adjustment, but our contractual merits are still in place. So there'll be increases throughout fiscal year 26 for all bargaining units. The placement decompress will be variable, very variable between, depending on years of service and their tenure in the department.
So I think that's important to lift up, especially for other law enforcement and public safety folks, that it doesn't look quite as great. It's not as good as it looks. We're continuing to play catch up on some pretty significant compression issues. Correct? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Spain.
Well, thank you, Chief and the Chiefs, for being here today, and to your team. I do have a few comments and then, of course, a couple of questions. First, Chief, I want to thank you for your leadership, and I've been knowing you for a number of years, and it's not an easy task. What you're doing at the beginning of your presentation, part of it states, be ready, healthy, have ready and healthy first responders. In my time in the Marine Corps, we used to say all the time, it's all about troop welfare and mission accomplishment, right?
Yes, sir.
You take care of the people, the mission get accomplished. And so where I'm getting at is with all the challenges that are going on, and I'm glad to hear that you're working on a joint labor, have these discussions with Local 2800. That is really, really thoughtful and welcoming to my ear. But I am concerned about something you said earlier, folks working 60, 70 hours a week.
Yes.
That in and of itself is unsustainable.
No.
And again, the second and third order effects of that is employee burnout, people leaving, and all of those things. So I want to say publicly and openly that you have, I think, the support, not only myself, but many folks, if not all the board, to figure out ways to get those numbers down, because we cannot continue that as a county. As leaders, we have to step in, I believe, and help you fix that, all right?
Thank you. And it's admirable they want to do this. It's commendable that they do this, but it's not right, and we have to, for safety's sake and for their own work-life balance, we want to reduce that as fast as we possibly can. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So my question is, and I have a couple, because I think, and then I have some kudos at the end. You may know what I'm going to say. What drove the decision? I know you looked at some comparables in the region for these costs with transportation fees. You heard the doctor talk a little bit about there's some challenges even in our community. But what drove that decision making to increase those costs in our transportation fees?
The cost of medical supplies and cost of doing business, that's the number one driver. Cost of doing business is the number one driver. As we've seen, all of the medical equipment, medical supplies have increased. We have to see if we can recover it. This is not a money-making effort.
Right.
This is just trying to recover costs. And we also look at a lot of our regional comparators, and once they start to raise, we take a look and evaluate every 3 to 5 years approximately, and then we'll just make some adjustments to see if we can become comparable on the EMS billing.
That's good to know. Let's see if we can keep it
Yes, and there is a hardship waiver. While these costs do seem very high, and yes, $1,000 for advanced life support, there are hardship waivers, and that information's on our website, and we do process that as needed. So thank you.
Thank you for making mention of that. I know there's perhaps folks and people in our community who, you called the 911 a couple times, and you get this large bill in the mail. And if you don't know anything about hardship waiver, the next thing you know is something's on your credit report.
Yes, sir.
And it's happened to, it doesn't matter what age you are, right? Some of these early career professionals and people in our community, that has happened to them. And I'm glad we have a waiver program. The new paramedic program, that I'm very interested in that. What's the cost incurred with that type of program? that's coming online, the paramedic program that you have?
So ultimately, the cost will be lesser because we had a much longer program. This is a very accelerated program, which we've had some outstanding results. Dr. Smith?
Let me speak to it. So the approach to this program was a regional approach to bring almost a regional academy. I approached GW University with Chief Schwartz many years ago and have been pushing or trying to build this program over that time, along with a relationship with GW University. This is a program where what you have to understand is that paramedics are true clinicians. They are not technicians, and they must be treated like clinicians, not technicians. And so the program, is most basic, treats these paramedic students as professional students, and they treat them the same as they treat medical students. They come out of this program at a higher level than they do at some of the other community college programs and some of the other kind of private programs. It is a no-joke academic professional program, and they come out with a higher level of education and proficiency than other programs. It is done in 11 months. They had a 100% pass rate. In some of our other programs, we had a 40% pass rate. So we would put people to school for 2.5 years, and 4 out of 10 would pass. 9 months, or they did it in 10 months, 100% pass rate. They're phenomenally trained on a level of true clinicians, just like medical professionals.
Yeah, that's great to know, and I'm glad you were able to expand a little bit on that because I didn't know, but that's good information. The last two things I'll probably say, and there is one question here: Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, Station 61. What is our relationship? I know we have strains going. I mean, there's a strain of the force. How often have we been able to call them in keeping with our MOU to come in and do some calls, respond in Arlington?
Regularly. They are they're part of our automatic dispatch system. They are treated just like any other resource. So if they are the most appropriate, closest resource, they are coming off the base. We do train with them. We go into the base when called, and they come off the base when called. It's kind of seamless. Same communication, interoperable communications and procedures. It works.
That's good to know. Lastly, I'm sure you have a public communications team or communications representative?
Yes.
How large is that team?
One person, but we have a committee. We have a little bit of a team that does it. So one FTE, one PIO.
All right. And as I close here, I will say that, $60,000, even $68,000, if we get to that, paying these firefighters and folks in uniform entry level in a place like Arlington is still rather low. You look at AMI, well, just the cost of living in and of itself. And so we can talk later, but I'd love to know the composition of how many of your employees actually live where they work. You may not have that number right now, but I would love to get that a little bit later. Also, I think you spoke to my colleague, Ms. Coffey, and you're going to get some data over about demographics. I would love to see that.
Yes, sir.
So let me end on a good note. On February 23rd, a few days prior to that, I reached out and contacted the county manager because I was driving on Glebe, and there was a post office down there on South Glebe. And I drove by it, and the POW and the American flag were just hanging in the trees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. They must have been up there for days. I'm like, our nation, our flag is missing. It's out of the way. So I called and sent you an email and said, if you have a tower or someone who's not doing too much, and I let the manager know, if they get some time, can they stop by and pull that flag out of the tree and the POW? And they did that. And I just want to use this moment to thank you, Chief. Just the little things that sometimes that doesn't get noticed, but to Tower 104, Captain Kowalski, firefighter Anderson, Smith, and Boyd, thanked them for us.
Yes, sir.
Even the little things like taking a flag out of a tree and returning it to the post office goes a long way. And now there's a new flag up that's flying high with a POW, and that happened because of your team.
Thank you for letting us know. That team is from Station 4 B Shift. Outstanding. They've staffed that tower that day, and they were more than happy to go out. So thank you.
Thank you for doing it. It wasn't an emergency. It was just a good thing to do for the community. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Finish, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I'm not going. We are really running very, very late today. So other than anything else, I want to recognize again the outstanding service on January 29th for everybody in the airplane crash of that night. we cannot be more grateful and prouder for the women and men who responded that night. So thank you so much for that. Dr. Smith, I really note that EMS is the unit that has the stress factors. And I'm a little bit concerned that the distribution of the stress factors is to me, interestingly uneven. This is not even a normal distribution. This is so there are like 7 units out of 26 or 27 that are significantly higher than your 15% threshold. So I don't know how to read that exactly and why. I guess there are good reasons for that. We can discuss them offline. I know, Chief Jenkins, that you have answers to that because you for a reason you have included that. I have to say, definitely recruiting is one of the remedies. It's a significant remedy. I'm very happy to hear that by fighting compression now that still we can. That I hope that this will literally make it possible to make these 10 recruitments in lateral hires, and that this will also open and facilitate the way to make even more than that, because I don't believe that 10 is enough. The functional deficit is far higher. It's almost 3 times that, right? So. Thank you very much for your service, and I will get back to you on the stress factors. System stress is not something I like to read, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
But much less people stress. So we are at our last presentation. Director Flagler. Our Department for Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management, DIPSEM. Oh,
stay the course. You got to do 2 minutes.
What's the 2 minutes? What's the 2 minutes?
When he tells me, I'll let him.
They're trying to figure out.
Some extra calories and some extra sugars. If this. So, Mr. Flagler, thank you so much. The entire team today. We are waiting
For waiting for us.
Yeah. Let's start.
Good answer.
Let's get started.
All right. All right, thank you guys for having us today and allowing me to, talk about our department. I know we're a little over, so I will make up the time, but I do thank you because I had a lot of profound things to say, and now I get to say them. Good afternoon, Chair Karatonis, esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal 2026 budget for the Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and extend my deepest gratitude to the backbone of our department, our dedicated staff who often operate behind the scenes. This past year has been exceptionally difficult, with this team, among others, planning and staffing the Emergency Operations Center, the ECC, and the SAIU in support of the presidential inauguration, January 6th, a few snowstorms, and the unthinkable mid-air collision that claimed the lives of 67 individuals on January 29th. I would also like to take a moment to thank the dedicated leadership team that makes our department vital work possible. To my right here is Jake Sauer, who oversees the Emergency Communications Center, Jessica Baxter, who oversees Administration and Public Affairs, and Hannah over here to my left, who oversees Emergency Management. And out in the audience is Stu Sands, who manages our radio interoperability for the county. And I'd also like to take a moment to extend my sincere appreciation to Jeff Bergen, our budget and finance analyst there, and our communications and public affairs manager, Aisha Bowe. And a huge thank you to our partners in the Department of Management and Finance, Maria, Richard, Emily, and the incomparable Joe Barksdale. And I'd also like to thank Mark Schwartz and Dr. Aaron Miller for their guidance and direction. With that, let's dive into our budget presentation for fiscal 2026. We're excited to share our priorities and plans for continuing to serve and protect the Arlington community. Next slide. The Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management plays a critical role in safeguarding our community and ensuring its resilience in the face of an ever-evolving landscape of challenges. In an era marked by unprecedented issues, from the increasing impacts of climate change to everyday emergencies and evolving threats to public safety, our role has never been more critical. Here in Arlington, we're not just responding to emergencies, we're proactively building a safer, more resilient community. We do this by leveraging our local expertise, our deep understanding of our community's unique vulnerabilities and resources. This commitment is reflected in our department's strategic plan, which guides everything we do. And one of the things that I'm really, really proud of is the fact that we came up with our core values, which they are guided by principles of professionalism, inclusivity, accountability, collaboration, and innovation. These values are at the core of our operations and will be evident throughout this presentation as we showcase our achievements and plans for the future. Next slide. What this slide represents, as you will hear throughout this presentation, is how DIPSM supports the community on a blue sky day, which I am defining as a typical, uneventful day free of significant disruptions or problems for the county. So how do we meet this mission for our community? It takes a 24/7, 365 approach, a commitment to excellence, and a drive to innovate. As you can see, DIPSM's responsibilities span a wide range of critical functions, all working together to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. We are a comprehensive public safety organization that provides 24/7 emergency and non-emergency call taking and dispatch services. We coordinate incident response for the entire county. We lead the response and recovery efforts for major emergencies and coordinate large-scale events. We provide real-time intelligence monitoring to support first responders. We proactively manage threats to inform county responses. We keep the public informed with timely alerts and warnings. We prepare the community with life-saving skills and build capacity through our volunteer network. And we manage the county's radio system and ensure interoperability with the region for seamless communication. And we also collaborate with regional and state partners for a unified emergency response, recognizing that our proximity to the nation's capital and position within the dynamic national capital region increases our vulnerability and requires coordinated action. Through this comprehensive approach, DIPSM is committed to building a safer, more resilient Arlington. Next slide. So you just heard from a lot of our partners that we're really, really happy to work with every day. But so you think of them when you think of public safety. You think about the fire department, the firefighters, and the sheriff's office. But behind the scenes, there is a hidden network of support that ensures those frontline heroes and other vital county agencies can do the jobs effectively. That network is the Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management. This graphic demonstrates how my department supports interoperable communication, linking us with key partners, which also means we are on the same page when it matters the most. From DPR rovers and park rangers to APS buses, and even the animals, Animal Welfare League officers, we provide communication tools they need to stay in touch and respond effectively. We have also partnered with DHS. You've heard about the MOST vehicle. We work with them very closely to enable them to provide critical mental health and substance abuse support when our community needs it most. And you will hear a little bit more about that related to 988 from Jake. We coordinate emergency preparedness and response for fire, police, EMS to ensure a unified approach to any crisis. We even manage call taking for the City of Falls Church, extending our reach beyond Arlington's borders. And we work diligently to secure reimbursements for eligible disaster and recovery costs, maximizing taxpayer dollars and ensuring the financial resilience of our emergency services. So now I'm going to hand it off to Jessica Baxter. Then you'll hear from Jake and Hannah on their individual areas that they're responsible for. So Jessica.
This is on. Okay. Thank you, Director Flagler, and thank you, esteemed members of the board. I'm happy to be here with you today to talk about the reach of what we do in the community. One of the first things I want to highlight is that we all know emergencies start and end locally, which means that it takes a network of community members and volunteers to build a more resilient and safer Arlington. So we do that intentionally through the systems and the tools and the ways that we engage with folks. Arlington Alert is our emergency notification system, and while our numbers continue to grow subscription-wise with over 34,000 subscribers, it is important to note that we are exceeding the national average, which I believe is about 7%, and are leading in the national capital region. But we obviously are not happy with that. We want to continue to keep working toward increasing, and we do so through continuous campaigns and identifying new partnerships so we can get those subscription rates up. But we also know that our Arlingtonians like to receive information through a variety of resources and information and channels. So we take a layered communications approach, which includes social media, the website, and traditional forms of communication like news media and signage, and partnering through community volunteers and networks. We also know that we need to be breaking down language barriers. Our text to 911 system, I'm excited to say, offers 172 languages, so those with limited English proficiencies can get help when they need it the most. And finally, over the last 2 years, we've been very intentional with building our Situational Awareness Center, which you're going to hear my colleague Hannah Wynant talk a little bit more about. They have been identifying threats more and more often. We've actually issued more than 700 notifications in fiscal year 2024, and we've worked very closely, collaboratively with the public affairs team to develop templates so that critical information is going to Arlingtonians when they need it most so they can plan accordingly. Next slide. And of course, none of this would be possible without our awesome volunteers. We are a very small and mighty team. Our public affairs team is two positions plus a volunteer engagement liaison, so we can't do this all by ourselves. We have the Community Emergency Response Team, which is about 360 volunteers, and we just kicked off cohort 77 earlier this week with about 30 more people that are joining. And these folks are trained in FEMA curriculum, and during responses they know their community better than anyone else, their neighbors, right? They know the neighborhoods that they serve, but emergency activations are a very small part of what they do. We work routinely throughout the year with them because they are the extension of us. So they serve as instructors for our Until Help Arrives trainings, which offers life safety skills such as CPR, stopping the bleed, and that's a collaboration with the fire department. And in fiscal year 2024, we actually reached 180 new community members that we trained. So when you think about preparedness and resilience, the importance of having more people trained on life safety skills, when you think about the unthinkable things that could happen when our first responders might be stretched thin, having more people trained will save lives. So that's what they do. And then we also have, I want to give a quick shout out to the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Services team, RACES. We do a ton of training and exercises throughout the year to test our radio interoperability. And we also have the Community Advancing Resilience and Readiness team, which represents various sectors, trusted partners to hard-to-reach populations. And since their inception, they have been a strategic partner for us in hosting many different events, including MLK Day of Service, as well as events during Arlington and National Preparedness Months. And overall, I wanted to note that without them, it wouldn't be possible, but we did reach over 5,400 people in calendar year 2024 with their help. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Hannah Wynant, who's going to talk about emergency management initiatives.
Is this one on? Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you very much, Jessica. So now that you've heard a little bit about our work in the community, I'm going to discuss the initiatives that will drive the work of our volunteers, our staff, and our partners for the coming year. First and foremost is climate resilience. The nation and the Commonwealth continue to adapt to hazardous weather that is not only more frequent, but more damaging and more costly to respond to and recover from. We're taking a multi-pronged approach to build climate resilience, not just with our residents, but with our staff. Two that I'll highlight here today include first, working in partnership with the Climate Policy Office and with the Department of Environmental Services to map out our county critical infrastructure and model how that might be vulnerable to the impacts of climate change so we can plan for the delivery of mission essential functions across the county. Secondarily is building out a suite of trainings and exercises focused on our emergency operations staff and partners so everyone understands their roles and responsibilities so we can efficiently respond to and recover from climate events. Bolstering staff and community readiness is always a priority of ours. This year, that includes, in partnership with Fire, continuing the delivery of Until Help Arrives training to all of our county staff, a partnership that we're incredibly proud of. And this year, a back-to-basics approach to all of our emergency operations readiness. So that's revamping our suite of materials, both digitally and paper-based, so that anyone, regardless of their tenure serving in emergency operations or a support function within the county, has the training, the knowledge, and the resources to excel in their role. The build-out of the Situational Awareness Center is a comprehensive effort across the public safety enterprise as we look to our move to the 6th floor at the end of 2026. And much of that work for the coming year is focused on hiring and training the staff who can provide that 24/7 situational awareness to our residents, to our county decision makers, and to our public safety partners on potential and confirmed threats to public safety, as well as the potential for disruption in government services. And finally, strengthening our emergency response, right? That is always top of mind for us. And this year, that's going to be anchored in best practice, reviewing all of our policies, plans, trainings, and materials in alignment with national best practices as we pursue accreditation. Next slide, please. Now, regardless of the initiatives that drive our work year over year, emergency management efforts across the country at every level of government tend to follow a fairly predictable pattern. So much of our time is spent effectively from noon to 3 p.m. in the cycle that you're staring at. And that's really focused on identifying emerging threats and hazards that could impact our community and building out the comprehensive plans and training so our staff and our partners know exactly what to do in their roles and responsibilities in responding to and recovering from those incidents. When that bad thing happens, we rely on data from our 911 partners, the Situational Awareness and Intelligence Unit, and the Emergency Operations Center to effectively respond. And as we return to normal, we take those lessons learned and we incorporate them back into our plans and trainings. Now, typically, for most of the history of emergency management, we've spent roughly 65% of our time in that planning, training, and exercising mode, a lot of research, a lot of coordination. However, as the scope of our work continues to grow with everything from cyber threats to domestic violent extremism to climate change, we're seeing a shift to spending much more of our time in response and recovery. A notable figure from that is in January alone, almost 70% of our business days were spent in incident management. And that means really focusing our work on preparing for major planned events like the inauguration or responding to unplanned emergencies like coordinating snow response and the DCA plane collision. That's not an isolated incident, it's something that we anticipate continuing with that shift and rising workload in response and recovery, which of course then detracts from the ability to engage in proactive research and planning. That being said, of course, that means that we're increasingly relying on essential tools like technology to augment our fairly limited staffing. And with that, I turn it over to Jake Sauer.
Thank you, Hannah. We're zipping right along here, so I'm going to keep that up. In the ECC, while we're addressing some staffing considerations with innovative technology, our data underscores the Emergency Communications Center ongoing dedication to efficient and emergency response. We've experienced a notable increase in 911 call volume, indicating the community's reliance on our services. We are currently answering 83% of calls under 15 seconds and are actively working towards the national standard of 90%. We're also working to reduce our call abandonment rates, and thanks to the implementation of Amazon Connect AI and Artura towing software, we've successfully diverted high-volume, non-emergency calls such as towing inquiries to online resources. And this allows our team to focus even more intently on critical emergency situations. Next slide. As we continue to strive for excellence in our call answering and dispatching, we've actively pursuing innovative solutions to address the challenges we've identified. These initiatives represent our commitment to not just maintaining, but exceeding industry standards and providing the best possible emergency service to our community. In fact, our dedication to adopting cutting-edge technology like Rapid Deploy was recently showcased on Good Morning America, and this national recognition underscores our commitment to staying at the forefront of emergency response. Now let's explore how these initiatives will directly contribute to improving our performance and achieving our goals. Text to 911, as Jessica mentioned, we've introduced Text 911 with expanded capabilities such as native language texting, and that is a very easy way for those that English is not their first language to communicate up with us more faster. That also allows us to more accurately pinpoint their location within the community. And then next generation 911 and CAD, we're furthering next generation 911 capabilities by implementing a new computer-aided dispatch system. And this system serves as the brain of the county's public safety infrastructure, seamlessly connecting emergency calls to emergency communications center, which in turn dispatches the necessary public safety resources to the incident. And an upgraded CAD system will modernize emergency response by streamlining call handling, optimizing resource allocation, and enhancing communication to improve public safety. This is a big initiative for this past year and the next fiscal year. And then Amazon Connect, we've introduced Amazon Connect, a system that redirects non-emergency calls to appropriate reporting channels, allowing our staff to prioritize and focus on 911 calls, and it allows the community to get the information they're asking for more faster directly on their cell phone. In addition to modernizing our technology, we've also prioritized ECC accreditation to ensure our 911 operations, training procedures, and technologies meet the highest national standards to both meet police and fire initiatives. When you call 911, next slide. When you call 911, every second counts, and our protocols will help our call takers quickly gather the essential information we need to dispatch the appropriate help immediately. This not only gets responders to you faster, but also ensures the safety by providing them with accurate and timely details about the situation. The new protocols enable us to relay critical updates to responders even as they're on their way to the scene. And for example, if a situation escalates or new information becomes available, we can immediately communicate that to responders, allowing them to prepare and adapt. This also assists us with both 988 and the MOS team as getting more accurate information from the caller first before dispatching resources. We strive to provide consistent, high-quality service to everyone who calls for help, and our protocols ensure that no matter who answers your call, you'll receive the same level of professionalism and the same systematic approach to getting you assistance. Emergencies are unpredictable, but our response shouldn't be, and protocols minimize variations in how we handle calls, ensuring a consistent and smooth process, and this is especially important if multiple calls come in about the same incident or if there's a shift change during a prolonged event. By following established protocols, we reduce the risk of errors and ensure that our actions are consistent with best practices, and this protects both the public and our staff. We regularly review our performance to identify areas where we can improve. Our protocols will provide a benchmark against which we can measure our effectiveness, and this allows us to refine our procedures and enhance our service. Ultimately, our goal is to help people in need, and efficient call handling, accurate information gathering, and rapid dispatch of resources all contribute to better outcomes for patients, and the time is critical in emergencies, and our protocols help us make the most of every second. By gathering comprehensive and accurate information up front, we reduce the workload on first responders and healthcare providers. This allows them to focus on providing direct patient care rather than trying to sort out incomplete or incomplete information. So in the past, we've had emergency medical protocols that we would institute when you called 911 and had a medical emergency, and this will now follow both fire and police emergencies as well. And this will be a big initiative for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll turn it back over to Will for more updates.
Thank you. Next slide. This is DMF's favorite slide, so I have to read it. We spent some time talking about the initiatives and operations in DIPSM and our various performance metrics. Now we wanted to kind of highlight how the FY26 proposed budget is built and how it is here to support those initiatives. DIPSM's base budget continues our focus on core mission and services that we have discussed, and supports a staff made up of subject matter experts in their field, from emergency management professionals to system and radio engineer staff to close to 40 public safety call takers and dispatchers. DIPSM staff brings a unique skill set to the table every day to do a job that supports the whole county. We are seeing DIPSM become the home of those types of programs that assist in county-wide coordination, such as the towing program and the radio interoperability program. In addition to helping the county, some of these services assist our regional partners in state and federal agencies, and that is why we have a base of revenue from grants. These are essential to our operations. In terms of grants, we've seen the transition from each administration. We began with funds from terrorism, and we've moved to hazard mitigation and climate resilience. We will do our best to be nimble and react to any future changes as well as grant funds and as availability continues for our operations. Next slide. While we're continuing our core services, we do have some slight reductions to our budget totaling around $240,000 and focusing on positions that are vacant. Our priority this budget cycle was to look at vacant positions where there were alternative ways to provide service. With the reductions put forward, they are critical services. However, we do feel that specifically Deanna's position can be augmented with contract support, as well as some coverage provided by staff. And with the public safety call taker position, this was tough. Our call taking and dispatching is the most critical service we provide, and one where we can always use more positions with the 4 shifts. We felt this could be absorbed, and we can look at various service models to fill the gaps. This could be public safety overtime, contract staff, or perhaps looking at the data to provide staffing solutions. Next slide. DIPSM budget, like others, has a lot of uncertainty going forward. We continue to push forward technological solutions to critical systems like our computer-aided dispatch, our 911 telephone system, and our radio systems that make our operations more efficient and effective. We continue to be innovative in our mission areas with the use of AI and other applications. We continue our partnerships with public safety and regional partners as we coordinate our situational awareness intelligence operations. We understand that revenue growth is not guaranteed, and we need to review our 10-year CIP. We are aware that federal funding for mission-critical areas are in flux, and more reliance will be on state and local jurisdictions. We are lastly aware that the only constant is change, and our role in DIPSM is to help the county plan, respond to, and recover from those myriad of changes. Thank you, and we'll take questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Flagler. Colleagues, Ms. Coffey is here already. You're like.
Yeah, I will just highlight that we're very far over. As our emergency management professionals, I'm sure you're thinking in an emergency management mentality when it comes to our social media and communications. We know that the landscape is shifting very rapidly online, and some of the ways that we relied upon to get information out may no longer be as reliable as they once were. How are we planning around that, and do we have the resources that we need to be on all of the platforms that we need and not concentrate on one that may no longer work?
Yeah, it's a landscape that obviously is ever evolving, and that's why we sort of take that layered approach. And obviously, we're looking at different systems, right? X has its challenges, as we all know. We're looking at Blue Skies and Threads, and we're looking at partnering with the county manager's office, and where possible, consolidating some of the messages to reach a further reach in the community. Also going back to more of the traditional forms of communication, right? Whether it's partnering with news media to get the word out, or through basic signage, through our police partners, we know that have the variable message board signs, and going back to the basics like our radio interoperability system, being able to have volunteers that have access to our radio systems to get the word out should, God forbid, the grid and internet shut down or something, and we need to get out messages to the public. So it is a layered approach, and it's ever growing. And we know that it's not just one type of communication that we need to push out. It's multiple. And in the events of major emergencies, like last year we had the boil water advisory, we can push out wireless emergency alerts, WIAs, which don't rely on subscriber base. It's more of a proximity of location of anybody who's within a certain radius of a cell phone tower. And we also have the emergency alert systems, which is through traditional television and radio. So we do have some tools at our disposal should we need them in the event of a major emergency.
Great, thank you. And I'll just end by giving a huge kudos to this whole team. I think the expertise sitting at this table with us is just immense. And I want to especially highlight Ms. Wynat, who was deployed along with our first responders down to Southwest Virginia in the flooding. And I think that says a lot about the reputation of our emergency management up here in Arlington. And I think that deserves to be highlighted. I think people don't think of you all as the first line responders, but in a lot of ways, the rest of our public safety personnel couldn't do what they do without you.
Thank you. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Thank you. I'll pick up right there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pick up right there and say that the 4 of you outstanding. Maybe I shouldn't say that because I'm not on the chain of command, but I know you can do other things, and I won't throw too much shade on Dr. Miller, but you guys are outstanding, and he's not here to defend himself, so I can say that anyway. So, he is. Well, if he is.
He just left.
In any event, I really was sitting here thinking, I've known each of you in different ways for different amounts of time, but just a huge thank you. 2 metrics that I'm trying to understand and the vacant positions. I did get to the EOC and the AIU, there's a union that gets in my way there, but SAIU was great to see. I think I have a sense. I'm a little later than Ms. Garvey, but I still got there. So the metrics and the 2 positions were 83% down from 86 on 15, responding to calls within 15 seconds. The call taker and the other one, this is tough. I don't know that, I'm not sure DC would be close to 83 or 86%, just saying that out loud. Right now, they need to, but, are we worried, Mr. Manager, if we get, the technology could help us get back up? I guess there's a different metric on the 60 seconds full response, and the what happened might reduce that. But can you speak a little bit to this and any one of us, life is in your hands and time is of the essence, we know from all the statistics. So can you just talk a little bit to that first metric on the 15 seconds and the positions?
So I think what's more telling on that metric is the abandonment rate. And 1 out of every 5 911 calls is abandoned before we are able to answer it. We're using technology as a force multiplier, and I think we're just starting to see the fruits of that labor, meaning if we can reduce the non-emergency calls to the 911 center, then that frees them up for more time to answer 911 calls. It's taken a while for that to get up and running, and with the onboarding of a more enhanced AI chatbot that looks at our county website and is able to answer more questions without us building it out. Also with our tutoring program, I think that we need to see how that shows its fruit first before having different conversations about more employees. But I do think that type of force multiplier in technology is going to help improve that score.
Great. We don't have any ongoing money. These are vacant positions. Those things are on my mind, but I do think, Mr. Manager, I just love to have that fail-safe. If we get into mid-year and there's a challenge here, I know public safety is a huge commitment of yours, but if there starts to be issues, if we get into the 70s or
Yes, and I think that, and Will can speak to this, we have a contract arrangement which will allow us to bring in additional resources with one-time funds if we need to do that.
Yes.
always excited about one-time funds. So if that's a budget follow-up, someone from up above let's make sure we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. Any other questions? See Ms. Cunningham and then Mrs. Spain.
Okay. Yeah, on the question of the call taker FTE, is the number that's in our budget as savings, I assume that doesn't actually include deploying any of those contractors or the overtime? Like, do we know a net return on eliminating this position? And
so the reduction that we have in there, I think, is about
102.
102.
Yeah.
And I know what we have for one-time funding for the contractors is around 60 for this year that we're looking to do. And we're trying to get the data on what that's doing for us so far in terms of bringing in capability and providing some of that backfill. So I think that's something we'll continue to monitor.
And then is there an overtime element as well? I think it said that it was backfilled with contract and overtime.
So the overtime is what's currently already in our base budget. So the 102 that is reduced is being absorbed by things we already have in our base.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And last question is, though we are the top of the heap, 14.5% of our community being signed up for Arlington Alert, sounds like we could probably juice that a little bit. How can we help as the board? And we will remind all our commissioners to sign up, but Arlington Alert, what all are we doing to lift that?
We always would love your help. Last year, we did a lead up to the elections where we partnered with the board on a campaign. So every month we highlighted a different threat or hazard, and we pushed Arlington Alert actively. We're going to try to identify some partnerships this coming year with businesses and other sort of avenues where we can maybe make signups a little bit more mandatory. I think part of the issue too, when you look at Everbridge, which is our system for Arlington Alert, it is a pretty challenging process to sign up, but it is a regional contract. So we sort of have to go through Fairfax to make it like more simplified, which we were trying to do, and it was a little bit harder than we thought. So we're going to continue working, but we absolutely would love your help in promoting this and you know, having that partnership. Libby Garvey was a champion for us, but we would love for you know, to identify one of you as our champion as well that can sort of help us, you know, formulate how we get that number up. Because we agree, I think there's no, we're Arlington, it should be way higher.
And I'll add, it's probably that high because we did partner with the board. So I thank you for your support.
Excellent. And I'll just echo my colleagues' thanks. You guys are completely awesome. And getting government to be coordinated, even within government, much less across the region, is no small task. And you guys totally are the rock stars. So thank you.
I always thought that we would offer sweepstakes lunch with the county manager for.
You want to increase.
The true incentives, bro.
You'll have to get lunch with Mark if you don't sign up.
That's a very good. Mrs. Spain.
Well, first, Mr. Flagger, I echo all the words and great sentiments of my colleagues, and thank you for your work. You know, when I look at numbers and I see where we're at 83%, you know, below national standard, but kind of like, you know, Arlington, we set the standard for others to emulate. So I'm very appreciative of what you said, but I also look forward to seeing what the next gen, what that produces, and to what Mr. Ferranti stated, how that implementation works. When do you expect full implementation of the next gen program itself? And then I have one other question. Jake will answer.
So the computer-aided dispatch program should be going live at the end of September. And the AI portion of the non-emergency calls, the second iteration of that, which is the chatbot, should be up and running a little bit before that. So I would say July, August.
Okay. Last question. So our community engagement team, how are you doing? You have one person here?
So we have a communications manager who's incredible, who just joined us in August. And we also have a general engagement communications professional and a volunteer engagement liaison. So that position works strictly with the CERT volunteers. And so the other two are the more of the generalists. And they also absorb duties when we activate the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, serving as the public information officer for major events and coordinating with the county manager's office and across the county system.
Can you talk a little bit about what you do out in the community?
Absolutely. So we partner. We have a great volunteer network with the Community Emergency Response Team. So that's CERT. We are a very small team. So obviously we are very lean and we can't be out there every single day when we want to. So we utilize our volunteers strategically to be the extension of us and be that force multiplier in the community. So with CERT, they help us with presentations and deliver until help arrives trainings, which I mentioned are the life-saving skills in the community. And they've done many faith-based organizations, which is a vulnerable population or vulnerable space. We're talking about going into schools as well, utilizing our volunteers there. And then with CART, Community Advancing Resilience and Readiness Together, that sort of kind of was spun from the Complete Vaccination Committee back during COVID. And we're having discussions now, early discussions about how we use them more strategically with some of the extreme weather events that we're seeing. But they are a network of trusted partners that have access to hard-to-reach populations. So we have AFAC, Arlington Free Clinic, AHC, Amazon. It's a really good group of people, nonprofit, private, that work with us to really get the word out with presentations and hosting various events. So I think we have a really good, strong volunteer network, but we are obviously looking to utilize them more strategically as the landscape evolves. And so that's going to be coming here in the next year or so.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I am not going to prolong the conversation. I have to say, just to convey the gratitude of everybody for the absolutely outstanding service on January 29th, which wouldn't be possible if this wouldn't merit the gratitude, equal gratitude for outstanding service. I hope that there are some certain elements in here which strike me as important to develop. It's not only 911, the new generation of 911 that comes in collaboration with many other, a mesh of sensing in our community. I think especially the climate communications and the climate awareness part. Sometimes I have the impression that we do weather communication rather than climate communication, and that has shown in the last couple of summers with extreme prolonged heat events that we were a little bit slow in developing, keep yourself hydrated, make sure that you know where a cooling place is, etc. It had to go really over 3 or 4 days over 90 degrees when, the communication began to flow. I think earlier preventively, and we have to get used to all together to just to vibe with this. That's actually a task for everybody. Again, thank you to all the volunteers of CERT. We have to find also better ways to thank and honor them. I believe that this is a task for us as well, and probably it will find a way to improve the social networking and penetration of your work. And with that, thank you again. This concludes this work session. And Mark, yes, we are.
So before we break, and I know we have a lot of eager people in the audience who want to come and chat with you. So I did want to give you, traditionally we do an update on mid-year, which means how we're doing so far in the current fiscal year. And then we do a reassessment of where we are on all the assumptions we made in the proposed budget. And I've worked for the county for 20 years. We're breaking new ground today. This is the first time in 20 years where we have no additional money to put on the table. And we have a memorandum we're going to hand out to you. And I'm also going to encourage you to take a look. We've done a little bit of a flow chart that talks about when we'll know more. Right now, everything is fine because we're relying on December and January receipts for sales and meals. But we know the world has changed since January 20th. So I'm going to recommend coming back to you in June with a lot more information on BPOL, our meals and sales taxes. And also, we do have, and we want to recognize some additional expenditure pressures with the potential award of some contracts. So I won't belabor that point. I think that we're going to take every caution we can to keep you updated. But Richard and Maria and Emily have the memos to give you. Going to hand them out to you. They're going to be posted online, and we'll be happy to take questions. Not now, but now and whenever.
I doubt that we are in a condition to produce coherent questions. We may want to to recess for 3 minutes just to stretch our legs and to digest the dismal news that County Manager just delivered to us. Yeah, I will. I will gobble us into recess. Adjourned.